Greetings, dear viewers! You're watching HP Story. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Sirius Black and Marlene McKinnon raised Harry and Hermione? Your likes and subscriptions keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1. The night that changed everything. Sirius Black knew something was wrong the moment he kicked his motorcycle into gear. The air felt wrong, electric and heavy, with something that made his skin crawl. Halloween had always been James's favorite holiday, but tonight the usual celebrations across Wizarding Britain felt hollow, distant echoes against the drumming in his chest. "Peter!" he muttered, gunning the engine harder. Bloody Peter! The pieces had fallen into place too late. The furtive glances, the excuses, the unexplained absences. Wormtail wasn't scared. He was hiding something. And now Sirius couldn't reach James on their enchanted mirrors. The motorcycle roared through the night sky, clouds whipping past as Sirius pushed the machine to its limits. Godric's Hollow appeared below him, the small village nestled in darkness except for carved pumpkins glowing on doorsteps. He descended in a sharp dive that would have made James whoop with approval. Something was very wrong. He could feel it in his bones. Sirius landed roughly, abandoning the bike in the street as he sprinted around the corner to where the Potter cottage should be. The Fidelius charm had been Peter's idea. Switch the secret keeper from the obvious choice, himself, to Peter. Who would suspect weak, nervous Peter Pettigrew? No, no, no! Sirius gasped as he rounded the corner. The cottage was visible. The Fidelius was broken. The top floor had been blown apart, rubble scattered across the lawn. Smoke still curled from the ruins. Sirius drew his wand and approached cautiously, heart hammering against his ribs. The front door hung off its hinges. Inside, he saw a shape on the floor of the entryway. "James," he whispered, dropping to his knees beside his best friend. James Potter lay spread-eagled, his wand several feet away, glasses askew on his lifeless face. "No, Prongs! No!" Sirius wanted to scream, to howl like the dog inside him, but something else drove him forward. Harry. Where was Harry? He bounded up the half-destroyed staircase, wand extended, prepared for whatever horror awaited. The nursery door had been blasted open. Inside, Lily's body lay crumpled before the crib, her red hair spread around her like blood. "Lily!" he choked, but then he heard it, a whimper. Harry sat in his crib, very much alive, with a jagged cut on his forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt. The toddler's eyes were puffy from crying, but when he spotted Sirius, he reached out his small arms. "Pa-Fu!" Harry called, using his nickname for Sirius. Sirius scooped him up, checking frantically for other injuries, but finding none except the strange wound on his forehead. "It's okay, Harry. I've got you. I've got you," Sirius repeated, cradling the boy against his chest. A sound downstairs made Sirius whirl around, wand raised. He moved carefully down the stairs, keeping Harry's face pressed to his shoulder. "Lily? James?" came Hagrid's booming voice, though it was thick with tears. "Hagrid!" Sirius called, relieved to see the half-giant's massive frame in the doorway. "They're gone. But Harry's alive." Hagrid's beetle-black eyes widened, taking in Harry and Sirius's arms. "Thank Merlin. Dumbledore sent me. Said there was trouble, that I was to bring Harry to him." Sirius tightened his grip on his godson. "No. I'm his godfather, Hagrid. James and Lily wanted me to take care of him if—" His voice broke. "But Dumbledore said—" "I know what Dumbledore said," Sirius snapped, then softened his tone. "Tell him Harry's safe with me. But first I need you to watch him for just a few minutes. There's something I have to do." Hagrid looked uncertain but nodded. Sirius carefully handed Harry over, the boy looking tiny in Hagrid's enormous hands. "Take my bike," Sirius added. "It's around the corner. Get Harry somewhere safe. I'll contact you within the hour, I swear it." Sirius had just one thought now. Peter. The rat had betrayed them. And he was going to pay. He hurried to Peter's hideout, A small flat in London where they'd stashed him under protective charms. It was empty, but not abandoned. A cup of tea still steamed on the table. Peter had left in a hurry. Casting a quick tracking charm that he'd learned in Aura training, Sirius followed the magical signature. He wasn't the best tracker in the Order, but he knew Peter's magical signature better than most. The trail led him to a Muggle street several miles away. Peter was scurrying along the pavement, looking over his shoulder repeatedly. Pettigrew! Sirius roared, his voice carrying across the street. Several Muggles turned to look. Peter froze, then slowly turned. Instead of the fear Sirius expected, Peter's face showed calculation. You! Peter shouted, his voice carrying unnaturally loud. He wanted the Muggles to hear. How could you betray Lily and James? Sirius stalked forward, wand drawn. You miserable, lying rat. He saw Peter's hand move toward his pocket, but Sirius had spent the last 3 years in combat situations. His stunning spell hit Peter square in the chest before the smaller man could draw his wand. Peter crumpled to the pavement. Muggles were staring now, alarmed by the confrontation and the strange light from Sirius's wand. In the distance, Sirius heard the distinctive crack of apparition. Auras would be arriving soon. The improper use of magic office would have detected spell work in the Muggle area. Acting quickly, Sirius cast an incarcerus on Peter's unconscious form, binding him tightly with magical ropes. He then grabbed the back of Peter's jacket and disapparated just as the first ministry officials appeared on the street. He reappeared with Peter at the one place he knew would be secure, McKinnon Cottage. It had been abandoned for months, ever since Marlene and her family had been killed by Death Eaters. The protective charms would still be active, but Sirius had been keyed into them. The cottage was dark and silent as Sirius dragged Peter inside and secured him to a chair. Then, he sent 3 Patronus messages, one to Dumbledore, one to Mad-Eye Moody, and one to Remus Lupin. Each carried the same urgent message. Potter Cottage attacked. James and Lily dead. Harry alive. Peter was the traitor. I have him secured at McKinnon Cottage. Come quickly. Now all he could do was wait. He revived Peter with a sharp renervate. Peter's watery eyes fluttered open, widening with fear when he saw Sirius standing over him. As Sirius, please, you don't understand, then explain it to me, Wormtail. Sirius said coldly, his wand pointed at Peter's throat. Explain how Voldemort found James and Lily when you were their secret keeper. He would have killed me. Peter squeaked. What would you have done? I would have died. Sirius roared, sparks shooting from his wand. I would have died rather than betray my friends. Peter began to sob, his whole body shaking. You don't understand what it's like, Sirius. The Dark Lord, his power, he was going to win. The confession hit Sirius like a physical blow. He had been right. This sniveling creature had sold James and Lily to Voldemort. Had orphaned Harry. Sirius raised his wand, hatred coursing through him like poison. One spell. Just one spell and he could avenge James and Lily. He knew the words. Had used them in battle before, when necessary. Avada, Sirius, don't! The voice came from behind him, a voice he never thought he'd hear again. He whirled around, wand still raised. Marlene McKinnon stood in the doorway, her blonde hair shorter than he remembered, her face thinner, but unmistakably alive. Marlene? He whispered, sure he was hallucinating. It's me, she said, stepping forward cautiously. Don't kill him, Sirius. He needs to stand trial. The world needs to know what he did. You're dead, Sirius said blankly. They found your body. Your family. Pain flashed across her face. It wasn't me. It was complicated. I've been undercover. Dumbledore's orders. She glanced at Peter. Is it true? James and Lily? Sirius nodded, his wand hand dropping slightly. Harry survived. I don't know how. Harry's alive? Her eyes widened. Where is he? With Hagrid. Dumbledore sent him to collect Harry. Marlene's expression hardened. We need to get him back. Now, if what I've learned is true, there are plans for Harry that we won't agree with. What are you talking about? Dumbledore, she said grimly. He'll want to place Harry with Lily's sister. For protection. Sirius's face darkened. Petunia? That magic-hating shrew? Over my dead body. I'm his godfather. Then we need to move fast, Marlene said, her tone urgent. I'll deal with him. She nodded toward Peter. You go get Harry. Bring him here. Sirius hesitated, still struggling to process Marlene standing before him, alive after months of believing her dead. How do I know it's really you? Marlene's lips quirked in a sad smile. In 7th year, after you hexed Mulciber for calling me a blood traitor, I pulled you behind the Quidditch stands and told you that your hero complex was infuriating but incredibly attractive. Then I kissed you for the first time. Something tight in Sirius's chest loosened. Only the real Marlene would know that. I'll be back with Harry. Don't let him escape. He jerked his head toward Peter. Trust me, Marlene said, her wand already trained on Pettigrew. He's not going anywhere. Sirius sent another Patronus to Hagrid, asking him to meet at the Leaky Cauldron with Harry. Then he disapparated with a crack. The Leaky Cauldron was quieter than usual for Halloween night. News of strange events was already spreading. Hagrid sat in a corner, his massive frame hunched over a tiny bundle. Relief washed over his bearded face when he spotted Sirius. Thank goodness, Hagrid rumbled. Professor Dumbledore's been sending messages, wanting me to bring Harry to him, but I told him you'd be coming. Sirius approached, eyes fixed on the sleeping form of his godson. Thank you, Hagrid. What happened with Pettigrew? Hagrid asked, carefully transferring Harry to Sirius's arms. He's secured. The Aurors will deal with him. It wasn't entirely a lie. Moody would come, and he was the best Auror the Ministry had. I need to get Harry somewhere safe. Hagrid nodded solemnly. You take care of him, Sirius. James and Lily would have wanted that. I know, Sirius said softly, looking down at Harry's sleeping face, the lightning scar now scabbed over. I'll protect him with my life. He left quickly, before anyone else could arrive, and operated back to McKinnon Cottage. When he entered, he found Moody had arrived and was questioning Peter under what appeared to be Veritaserum. Marlene stood to the side, her expression grim. Black, Moody growled in greeting, his magical eye swiveling to fix on Harry. The boy's all right? He's fine, Sirius confirmed. What has Pettigrew told you? Everything, Marlene said, coming to stand beside him, looking down at Harry with sorrow-filled eyes. He's been working for Voldemort for over a year. He told him where to find the Potters. And... She hesitated. And what? Sirius prompted. Voldemort's gone, Moody said bluntly. Something happened when he tried to kill the boy. Backfired on him somehow. That's what the rat says anyway. Sirius looked down at Harry in amazement. He stopped Voldemort? That's what it looks like, Marlene said. But Sirius, some of the Death Eaters escaped the Ministry's raid tonight. They'll be looking for revenge. Sirius's arms tightened protectively around Harry. Then we need to keep him safe. We will, Marlene said firmly. But first, we need to deal with Dumbledore. He'll be here soon. As if on cue, there was a soft pop from outside, followed by a gentle knock at the door. Moody waved his wand, confirming the visitor's identity before opening it. Albus Dumbledore stepped inside, his normally twinkling eyes somber behind his half-moon spectacles. His gaze moved from Sirius holding Harry, to Marlene, where it lingered in surprise, to Pettigrew bound to the chair, and finally to Moody. Alastair, he greeted the Auror. I see you've been busy. Got a full confession from Pettigrew, Moody said. He was the secret keeper. He betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded gravely. I see. And Sirius. He turned to face him. I must ask you to entrust Harry to my care. I have arrangements for his safety, no. Sirius said flatly. I'm his godfather. James and Lily made their wishes clear. Harry stays with me. Sirius, you must understand the danger. I understand perfectly. Sirius cut him off. Which is why I'm taking him somewhere safe, under the Fidelius charm. And I'll be raising him as James and Lily would have wanted, surrounded by people who love him and will protect him. Dumbledore's expression grew stern. The blood protection from Lily's sacrifice would be strongest if Harry lived with her sister. It would shield him from Voldemort's followers. And who would shield him from Petunia and her husband? Sirius countered. Lily told us how they feel about magic. Harry deserves better. I must insist, and I must refuse, Sirius said firmly. I have legal guardianship, Dumbledore. Unless you plan to overrule that through the Wizengamot? A tense silence filled the room. Marlene stepped forward. Professor, I'll be helping Sirius. Between us, we have enough magical knowledge to protect Harry. And he'll be raised knowing who his parents were, what they fought for. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment. I see your minds are made up. Very well. But I caution you, Voldemort may be gone, but his followers remain. And I do not believe we have seen the last of him. We'll be ready, Sirius promised. And so will Harry, when the time comes. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will hold you to that promise, Sirius. Now, I believe there is the matter of Mr. Pettigrew to settle. Azkaban's too good for him. Moody growled. Nevertheless, justice must be served properly, Dumbledore said. Alastair, would you escort him to the Ministry? I believe Barty Crouch will want to question him personally. Moody gave a curt nod and hauled Peter to his feet. The smaller man was still weeping silently, his face blotchy and wet. One thing before you take him, Sirius said, stepping forward to look Peter in the eye. Why? We were your friends. Peter's watery gaze couldn't meet his. You were all so bright, so talented. I was always the tag-along. The Dark Lord made me feel important. You could have come to us, Sirius said, disgust evident in his voice. Instead, you chose him. I was scared, Peter whispered. So were we all, Sirius replied coldly. Take him away, Moody. After Moody disapparated with Peter, and Dumbledore left with a final warning to be careful, Sirius and Marlene were left alone with Harry, who had miraculously slept through the entire confrontation. He looks so much like James, Marlene said softly, gently touching Harry's unruly black hair. Lily's eyes, though, Sirius replied. When he's awake, you'll see. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of everything that had happened bearing down on them. Marlene, Sirius finally said, you were supposed to be dead. For months I thought, we all thought. Marlene's face clouded with pain. I know. It was cruel, but necessary. Dumbledore needed someone inside Karkaroff's circle. Someone they wouldn't suspect. We faked my death, used a transfigured body. Your family? She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. They're gone. That wasn't faked. I was already undercover when Death Eaters attacked our home. I couldn't even attend their funerals. Sirius reached out with his free arm and pulled her against him. I'm so sorry, Marlene. She allowed herself a moment of grief before pulling back, wiping her eyes. We can't stay here. This place has too many memories, and it's not secure enough. I have my flat in London, but it's not really suitable for a child. What about your family home? Grimmauld Place? Sirius's face darkened. Last resort? That house is full of dark magic. No place for Harry to grow up. We need somewhere remote, Marlene mused. Somewhere we can protect completely. I know a place, Sirius said after a moment of thought. My Uncle Alfred left me more than gold. There's a cottage on the Welsh coast. It's unplottable, already has some protections. We could add the Fidelius. Who would be secret keeper? Remus, Sirius said without hesitation. I was wrong to suspect him before. He would never betray us. Marlene nodded. Then that's the plan. We'll go there tonight, get Harry settled, then contact Remus. And then? Sirius asked. Marlene looked down at Harry, Then back at Sirius with determination. And then we raise him. We give him the childhood Lily and James would have wanted for him. We teach him, protect him, love him. Together? Sirius asked, something vulnerable in his question. Marlene's expression softened. Together. They didn't waste time. Packing essential supplies from the cottage, they apparat to Alfred's property, a sturdy stone cottage perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. The November wind whipped around them as they hurried inside. The cottage was dusty from disuse but fundamentally sound. While Marlene transfigured a drawer into a makeshift crib for Harry, Sirius began casting protective charms around the property, reinforcing the existing defenses. Harry woke shortly after they arrived, confused and fussy. "Mama?" he called, looking around the unfamiliar room. Sirius and Marlene exchanged pained glances. "How did you explain to a 1-year-old that his parents were gone?" "Mama had to go away, little one," Marlene said gently, lifting Harry from the transfigured crib. "But Pafu and Marley are here to take care of you." "Want Mama?" Harry insisted, his lower lip trembling. "I know, Pup," Sirius said, his voice thick. "I want her too. And your dad." Harry began to cry in earnest then, great hiccuping sobs that tore at their hearts. They took turns holding him, comforting him as best they could, though nothing would truly ease the loss he couldn't yet understand. Eventually, exhausted from crying, Harry fell asleep again in Sirius's arms. Carefully, he placed the boy back in the crib. "We need to send for Remus," Marlene said. "The sooner we get the Fidelius in place, the better." Sirius nodded and sent his Patronus with a message explaining their location and asking Remus to come immediately. While they waited, they worked on making the cottage more livable, cleaning with quick flicks of their wands and transfiguring furniture as needed. Remus arrived just before dawn, looking haggard and grief-stricken. "Is it true?" he asked as soon as Sirius opened the door. "James and Lily?" Sirius nodded grimly. "Peter betrayed them. He's in ministry custody now." "Peter?" Remus looked stunned. "I can't believe it." "Believe it," Marlene said, emerging from the back room. "He confessed under Veritaserum." Remus stared at her, momentarily distracted from his grief. "Marlene? How? It's a long story," she said. "And we'll tell you everything. But first, we need your help with the Fidelius charm." They explained their plan, to make the cottage their permanent home, with Remus as secret keeper. Despite his initial protests, "A werewolf is a liability," Remus finally agreed when they pointed out that no one would suspect him now, especially with Peter captured. The Fidelius charm was complex magic, but between the three of them, all talented Order members, they managed it. When it was done, a sense of security settled over the cottage. No one could find them now unless Remus chose to reveal their location. "What will you tell the ministry?" Remus asked as they sat around the kitchen table, Harry still sleeping in the next room. "They'll want to know where Harry is." "The minimum," Sirius said. "That he's safe with his legal guardian. Moody will run interference for us. And Dumbledore, for all his misgivings, won't betray our confidence." "And what about?" Remus gestured to his forehead, in the same spot where Harry now bore his lightning-shaped scar. "We don't know exactly what happened," Marlene admitted. "Peter said the killing curse rebounded somehow. That Voldemort disappeared." "Dead?" Remus asked. Sirius and Marlene exchanged glances. "Dumbledore doesn't think so," Sirius said. "And I'm inclined to agree. It feels unfinished." "Then he'll come back," Remus said quietly. "And he'll come for Harry. Which is why we need to be ready," Marlene said firmly. "All of us. Harry included, when he's old enough." They talked through the night, planning for both the immediate future and the years ahead. When dawn broke, Remus left to handle some affairs in London, promising to return with supplies and news. Left alone with Harry, Sirius and Marlene faced the reality of their new roles as surrogate parents. "I don't know the first thing about raising a child," Sirius admitted, watching Harry play with a stuffed dragon Marlene had transfigured for him. "Neither do I," Marlene said. But we'll learn. James and Lily figured it out. So will we. Harry looked up at the sound of their voices and smiled, a small, hesitant smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, but a smile nonetheless. "Pa-fu," he said, holding up his arms to be picked up. Up. Sirius obliged, lifting the boy into his arms. "That's right, pup. Pa-fu's got you. And Marley's got you both," Marlene added, moving to stand beside them. In that moment, surrounded by grief and uncertainty, the three of them became a family. The weeks that followed were a blur of adjustment. Harry frequently woke crying for his parents, and nothing they did could completely console him. They established routines, learned his preferences, and gradually, the cottage began to feel like home. Remus visited regularly, bringing news from the wizarding world. Voldemort's disappearance had triggered celebrations across Britain, with Harry being hailed as the boy who lived. The remaining Death Eaters were being rounded up, though some, like Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband, remained at large. Peter's trial had been quick and decisive. With his confession under Veritaserum, he'd been sentenced to life in Azkaban. The news gave Sirius grim satisfaction, though it couldn't bring back James and Lily. "The Ministry's asking questions about Harry," Remus reported one evening in late November. "Fudge in particular is pressing to know his whereabouts." "Let them ask," Sirius said dismissively. "Legally, they can't touch us. I'm his godfather." "It's not just about legalities," Remus cautioned. "Harry's famous now. The entire wizarding world wants to see the boy who lived." "Well, they can have him," Marlene said fiercely. "He's a child, not a symbol." They were protective of Harry's privacy, determined that he should have as normal a childhood as possible under the circumstances. They took turns caring for him, establishing a rhythm that worked for their unusual household. Marlene's healing skills proved invaluable when Harry caught his first cold, and Sirius's transformations into Padfoot never failed to delight the toddler. Slowly, Harry's nightmares decreased, and his smiles came more frequently. By Christmas, they had settled into a new normal. They decorated the cottage with enchanted ornaments and a small tree. Remus joined them for Christmas Eve, bringing presents for Harry and news from London. "The Longbottom boy is with his grandmother now," he reported solemnly. "Frank and Alice." "We heard," Marlene said quietly. The news of the Longbottom's torture at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange had reached them days earlier. "Poor Neville. Augusta will raise him well," Sirius said, "but it's another child who'll grow up without his parents because of this war." They fell silent, watching Harry play with the enchanted toy broomstick Sirius had given him. It hovered just a foot off the ground, but Harry took to it immediately, zooming around the living room with obvious delight. "He's got James's flying talent," Remus observed with a sad smile. "And his recklessness," Marlene added as Harry narrowly avoided a collision with the coffee table. Later, after Harry was asleep and Remus had departed, Sirius and Marlene sat before the fireplace, sharing a bottle of elf-made wine. "I've been thinking," Marlene said after a comfortable silence, "about the future." "What about it?" Sirius asked, turning to face her. "Harry will need more than just us. He'll need friends, education, a connection to both the magical and muggle worlds." "I've thought about that too," Sirius admitted. "James would want him to know about Quidditch and pranks and Hogwarts traditions. Lily would want him to know about muggle science and literature and music. We can give him both," Marlene said. "But I'm also thinking about other children. Children who might be in danger." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What are you getting at?" "There was intelligence I gathered during my undercover work," Marlene explained. "Lists of magical children the Death Eaters were monitoring. Muggle-born showing early signs of magical ability." "They were targeting children?" Sirius asked, horrified. Marlene nodded grimly. "Voldemort might be gone, but some of his followers are still out there. And some of these children could be in danger. What do you suggest we do?" "Monitor them. Protect them if necessary. And," she hesitated, "if the worst happens, offer them sanctuary here. Sirius considered this. You're talking about potentially taking in other children? Only if absolutely necessary, Marlene clarified. But yes. This place is secure, and we're both capable of protecting and teaching magical children. Sirius was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. James and Lily would have done the same. They took in Peter, Remus, and me whenever we needed it. It's what they stood for. Marlene's expression softened. That's what I thought you'd say. They didn't have to wait long for Marlene's foresight to prove prescient. Just 3 days after New Year, Remus arrived with troubling news. There was an attack last night, he said without preamble. A Muggle family in Crawley. The parents survived, but they're in hospital. Their daughter showed signs of accidental magic recently. She's on that list you mentioned, Marlene. Death Eaters? Sirius asked sharply. Remus nodded. Looks like it, though the Ministry's trying to keep it quiet. The house was nearly destroyed. And the child? Marlene asked urgently. Safe for now. The Muggle authorities have her temporarily, but they're looking for relatives to take her in. Sirius and Marlene exchanged a look. How old? Marlene asked. Just turned 2 in September. Remus replied. Name's Hermione Granger. We need to see her. Marlene decided. Make sure she's truly safe. If these were Death Eaters specifically targeting her for magical ability, they'll try again. Sirius finished grimly. Where is she now? A Muggle children's home in London, Remus said. I can take you. They made arrangements quickly. Harry would stay with Remus at the cottage while Sirius and Marlene went to assess the situation. Disguising themselves with subtle appearance-altering charms, changing hair color, adding a few years to their apparent age, they apparat to a secluded spot near the address Remus had provided. The children's home was a dreary Victorian building that had seen better days. Using a mild confundus charm on the reception staff, they gained entry as relatives come to check on little Hermione. They found her in a room with several other toddlers, sitting alone in a corner with a picture book open on her lap. Her bushy brown hair was tied back with a ribbon, and her large brown eyes were serious as she carefully turned the pages of her book. That's her, Sirius murmured. Doesn't look much like a target, does she? Neither did Harry, Marlene replied quietly. And look what happened to him. They approached the girl cautiously, not wanting to frighten her. Marlene knelt down to her level. Hello, Hermione. My name is Marlene. This is Sirius. We're friends. Hermione looked up, studying them with surprising intensity for a 2-year-old. Book, she said, holding up the picture book. That's a lovely book. Marlene smiled. Do you like stories? Hermione nodded solemnly. Mummy reads stories. Then her face crumpled slightly. Want Mummy? Sirius felt a pang of recognition, the same lost look he'd seen in Harry's eyes. Your mummy had to go to the hospital, he explained gently. She got hurt, but the doctors are helping her get better. And Daddy too? Yes, your Daddy too, Marlene assured her. Bad men came, Hermione said suddenly, her voice small. Lights. Green and red. Mummy screamed. Sirius and Marlene exchanged alarmed glances. She remembered. Did the bad men say anything to you, Hermione? Marlene asked carefully. Hermione nodded, her lower lip trembling. Said I was mud? Dirty. Said no dirty girl should do magic. Sirius felt cold fury rise within him. Death Eaters, targeting a 2-year-old Muggle-born child. Calling her a mudblood. You're not dirty, he told her firmly. You're special. And magic is wonderful. Hermione's eyes widened. You know about magic? We do, Marlene said with a gentle smile. We can do magic too. Like you? I did magic, Hermione whispered, as if sharing a secret. Made my teddy fly. Daddy saw. He laughed. That's brilliant magic, Sirius told her, genuinely impressed. Controlled levitation at her age was unusual. A staff member approached them then, asking about their relationship to Hermione. Marlene smoothly explained that they were distant cousins from her mother's side, come to check on her welfare. Another subtle Confundus charm ensured the woman didn't ask too many questions. When she left, Sirius leaned closer to Marlene. We need to get her out of here. If Death Eaters targeted her specifically for magical ability, they'll try again. Agreed, but we can't just take her, Marlene whispered back. Her parents are still alive. They have rights. Then we need to talk to them, Sirius decided. Find out what happened directly from them. See if they'll let us protect her until they recover. They left Hermione with promises to return soon, both troubled by what they'd learned. Their next stop was the hospital where the Grangers were recovering. St. Mary's Hospital was bustling with activity when they arrived. Another Confundus charm got them past the reception desk and directed to the Grangers' room. They found Daniel and Emma Granger sharing a room, both heavily bandaged. Daniel's arm was in a cast, while Emma had bandages around her head and chest. Both looked up warily when Sirius and Marlene entered. Who are you? Daniel asked, his voice hoarse. My name is Marlene McKinnon. Marlene introduced herself, keeping her voice low. This is Sirius Black. We're not here to hurt you. Are you like them? Emma asked fearfully. The ones who attacked us? No, Sirius said firmly. We're nothing like them. But we are magical, yes. The Grangers tensed, and Daniel reached for the call button. Marlene raised her hands in a placating gesture. Please hear us out, she urged. We know what happened to you. Those who attacked you are called Death Eaters. They target Muggle-born magical children and their families. Muggle-born? Emma repeated uncertainly. Non-magical parents who have a magical child. Sirius explained. Like your Hermione. So it's true then, Daniel said quietly. The things Hermione could do, the floating toys, the books that would come to her when she wanted them. Yes, it's true, Marlene confirmed. Hermione is a witch. A very talented one, from what we've seen. That's why they targeted you. But why? Emma asked, tears in her eyes. She's just a baby. Sirius's expression darkened. Because they believe magic should be kept within old magical families. They see Muggle-borns as a threat to their power. These people, they'll try again? Daniel asked, his face pale. It's possible, Marlene said gently. Which is why we're here. We want to help protect Hermione. How? Emma asked. Sirius and Marlene explained their situation, about Harry, about the cottage protected by powerful magic, about their own abilities and training. We can keep her safe until you recover, Sirius assured them. And we can help you understand her magical abilities, prepare for what's to come. You want us to just hand our daughter over to strangers? Daniel asked incredulously. We understand your concern, Marlene said. But consider the alternative. If they come for her again, the Muggle authorities can't protect her. How do we know we can trust you? Emma asked. How do we know you're not like them? It was a fair question. Sirius thought for a moment, then pulled out his wand. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. A silver dog erupted from his wand, padding around the hospital room before returning to his side. The Grangers stared in amazement. That spell can only be cast with pure, good intentions, Marlene explained. Dark wizards can't produce it. Furthermore, Sirius added, I'm already raising a child who was orphaned by these same people. Harry's parents were my best friends. I would die before letting harm come to him, or to any child in my care. The sincerity in his voice seemed to reach the Grangers. They looked at each other, having one of those silent conversations that long-married couples master. How would it work? Daniel finally asked. Would we ever see her again? Of course, Marlene assured them quickly. We're not trying to take her from you permanently. Just until you recover and we can set up proper magical protections for your home. And afterward, we'd like to stay in contact, help you navigate raising a magical child in the Muggle world. You would bring her to visit? Emma pressed. Absolutely, Sirius confirmed. And when you're well enough, you could visit her at the cottage. We want what's best for Hermione, and that includes maintaining her relationship with her parents." The Grangers talked it through with them for over an hour, asking questions about magic, about the wizarding world, about the dangers and protections. Finally, exhausted but resolute, they agreed. "Just until we recover," Daniel stressed. "And with regular visits." "Of course," Marlene promised. "We'll bring her tomorrow, so you can explain it to her yourselves." As they left the hospital, Sirius and Marlene were quiet, processing the weight of responsibility they'd just taken on. "Two children," Sirius said finally. "James would laugh himself silly if he could see me now." "He'd be proud," Marlene corrected gently. So would Lily. The next day, they returned to the children's home with proper documentation, magically created, but indistinguishable from the real thing, establishing them as Hermione's godparents with temporary guardianship while her parents recovered. Then they took her to see the Grangers. The reunion was emotional. Despite her young age, Hermione clearly understood something serious had happened. She climbed carefully onto her mother's hospital bed, mindful of the tubes and bandages, and cuddled against her side. "Mummy got hurt," she said solemnly. "Yes, darling," Emma said, stroking her daughter's bushy hair. "Mummy and Daddy got hurt. And we need to stay in hospital for a little while." "Who will read my stories?" Hermione asked, her big brown eyes worried. "These nice people will," Daniel told her, nodding towards Sirius and Marlene. "They're going to take care of you until Mummy and Daddy get better. And they have another little one for you to play with." "Like me?" Hermione asked, looking curiously at Sirius and Marlene. "Just like you," Marlene smiled. "His name is Harry. He can do special things too." "Magic?" Hermione whispered, making it sound like the most wonderful word. "Yes, magic," Sirius confirmed. "Would you like to come stay with us and Harry for a little while?" Hermione looked back at her parents, uncertain. "Mummy and Daddy come too?" "Not yet, sweetheart," Emma said gently. "But soon. And we'll see you lots while we get better." It took more reassurance, and promises of daily visits, before Hermione hesitantly agreed to go with Sirius and Marlene. They let her pack her favorite books and toys into a small suitcase, and Emma gave them detailed instructions about Hermione's routines, preferences, and allergies. "Take care of our baby," she said as they prepared to leave, tears in her eyes. "With our lives," Sirius promised solemnly. They took Hermione directly to the cottage, where Remus was entertaining Harry with colored smoke rings from his wand. Harry looked up curiously when they entered with the small girl. "Harry," Sirius said, kneeling down to his godson's level. "This is Hermione. She's going to stay with us for a while." Harry regarded the newcomer with solemn green eyes. "Hi," he said simply. "Hello?" Hermione replied shyly, clutching her stuffed otter to her chest. "Hermione can do magic too," Marlene told Harry. "Like you?" This seemed to interest Harry. He pointed to the smoke rings Remus had been making. "Magic," he said to Hermione. "Pretty." Hermione nodded, her eyes wide with wonder as she watched the colored smoke dissipate. "Pretty magic," she agreed. The adults exchanged relieved glances. The introduction had gone well, but integrating Hermione into their household would take time. They prepared the spare room for her, transfiguring furniture into child-appropriate sizes and decorating with warm colors to make it welcoming. That first night was challenging. Hermione cried for her parents at bedtime, inconsolable even with Marlene's gentle reassurance. It was Sirius who finally found a solution, transforming into Patfoot and curling up on the rug beside her bed. The sight of the large black dog seemed to surprise Hermione out of her tears. "Doggy?" she asked, hiccuping. Padfoot wagged his tail and gently licked her hand. Hermione giggled, her first laugh since arriving, and reached out to pet him. "Nice doggy," she said, her tears forgotten. Eventually, with Padfoot keeping watch, she drifted off to sleep. "That was brilliant," Marlene whispered when Sirius transformed back and joined her in the hallway. How did you know it would work? Sirius shrugged. Dogs are comforting. And it worked with Harry when he first came here. Marlene studied him with newfound appreciation. You're better at this than you give yourself credit for, Sirius Black. The days that followed established new routines. They visited the Grangers every morning, then spent afternoons at the cottage, engaging both children in age-appropriate activities. To their relief, Harry and Hermione got along well from the start. Harry shared his toys willingly, and Hermione's serious nature seemed balanced by Harry's more adventurous spirit. They complement each other, Remus observed one evening, watching the toddlers play together with a set of enchanted building blocks that changed color when stacked. Harry gets Hermione to try new things. Hermione gets Harry to slow down and think. Like James and Lily, Sirius said with a sad smile. January turned to February, and the Grangers' condition improved steadily. By mid-February, they were released from hospital, though they still needed regular physical therapy and weren't yet able to care for Hermione full-time. As promised, they visited the cottage, marveling at the magical protections and the beautiful coastal location. Seeing Hermione happy and well-adjusted eased their concerns considerably. She seems to adore Harry, Emma noted, watching the children chase enchanted bubbles Remus had conjured in the garden. They've become inseparable, Marlene confirmed. It's been good for both of them, I think. They were both somewhat isolated before. What happens when we're fully recovered? Daniel asked. When we can take her home? It was the question they'd all been avoiding. Sirius and Marlene had grown attached to Hermione, and the thought of separating her from Harry troubled them. We've been thinking about that, Sirius said carefully. The danger to Hermione isn't completely gone. There are still Death Eaters at large who might target her. But we can put protective enchantments on your home, Marlene added quickly. Make it much safer. And beyond safety concerns, Sirius continued, there's also Hermione's magical education to consider. She's showing signs of exceptional ability already. What are you suggesting? Emma asked. A compromise, Marlene said. Hermione lives primarily with you, as she should. But she spends regular time here, perhaps weekends, or a few days each week, learning about magic and maintaining her friendship with Harry. Like a magical playdate arrangement? Daniel clarified. Exactly, Sirius nodded. It would give Hermione a foot in both worlds, the Muggle world with you, and the magical world with us. And it would help prepare her for eventually attending Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Emma repeated. The wizarding school, Marlene explained. All magical children in Britain are invited to attend when they turn 11. It's a boarding school in Scotland. The Grangers looked at each other, communicating silently again. We'll need to think about it, Daniel said finally. It's a lot to take in. Of course, Marlene assured them. There's no rush to decide. By the end of February, the Grangers were well enough to take Hermione home, with strong magical protections installed on their house by Sirius, Marlene, and Remus. The parting was difficult for everyone. Harry didn't understand why his new friend was leaving, and Hermione clung to both Harry and Sirius, particularly in his Padfoot form, when it was time to go. We'll see you very soon, Marlene promised, hugging the little girl goodbye. Remember, you're coming to stay with us this weekend. The arrangement they eventually settled on was for Hermione to spend 3 days each week at the cottage, Friday through Sunday, and the rest of the time with her parents. It wasn't perfect, but it allowed Hermione to maintain her bond with both her parents and her magical family. As winter turned to spring, both children thrived. Harry became more verbal, his vocabulary expanding rapidly, while Hermione's early reading ability amazed them all. By her 3rd birthday in September, she was already reading simple books on her own. Their accidental magic manifested in different but complementary ways. Harry's magic tended toward the physical, making toys fly, occasionally disappearing and reappearing elsewhere when excited, once even hovering momentarily when he jumped from a low wall in the garden. Hermione's magic was more controlled, often involving books or learning tools, pages turning themselves, alphabet blocks rearranging into words she was trying to spell, once even repairing a torn page in a favorite book. "They're going to be quite the pair at Hogwarts," Remus predicted, watching the children in the garden. Harry was trying to catch a butterfly while Hermione earnestly explained something from a picture book she was holding. "Merlin helped the professors." Sirius grinned. "Harry's got James's mischief and Lily's temper. Hermione's got more books than most first years already. It's a good balance," Marlene observed. They learned from each other. As the first anniversary of James and Lily's death approached, Sirius grew quieter, more withdrawn. The grief he'd pushed aside to care for Harry returned in full force. "We should visit Godric's Hollow," he said one evening after the children were asleep. "Pay our respects." Marlene agreed, and they arranged for Remus to watch the children while they made the journey on Halloween. The village was quiet as they approached the cemetery, though jack-o'-lanterns glowed in windows and a few Muggle children in costumes darted about. The Potter's grave was simple but elegant, white marble with both their names and the dates of their birth and death. Someone, Dumbledore, perhaps, had added the inscription, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Sirius conjured a wreath of lilies, placing it gently against the headstone. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I should have known about Peter. Should have been there sooner." Marlene took his hand. "They would be proud of you, Sirius. Of how you're raising Harry." "I hope so," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm trying to be what he needs." "You are," she assured him. "We all are." They stood in silence for a while, remembering their friends. Finally, they walked to the ruins of the Potter cottage, now preserved as a memorial. Magical folk had left messages of hope and gratitude on the gate and walls, thank yous to the boy who lived, tributes to James and Lily's sacrifice. "He'll have to know everything someday," Sirius said, looking at the ruined house where his best friends had died. "About that night. About Voldemort. About his scar. When he's old enough to understand," Marlene agreed. "And we'll be there to help him through it." "And Hermione? She already remembers some of the attack on her family. She'll need to know why she was targeted too. Why we're so protective." They returned to the cottage with renewed determination. The past couldn't be changed, but the future, Harry and Hermione's future, was still to be written. And they would do everything in their power to ensure it was brighter than the darkness that had shadowed their early years. As November turned to December, and the cottage was once again decorated for Christmas, Sirius found Marlene standing in the doorway of the children's playroom, watching Harry and Hermione build an elaborate fort out of cushions and blankets. "All right?" he asked softly, coming to stand beside her. "Just thinking," she replied, "about how much has changed in a year. How different things might have been." Sirius nodded, understanding immediately. If he hadn't suspected Peter that night, if Marlene hadn't returned from her mission when she did, if they hadn't found Hermione after the attack. "We got lucky," he said. "In the middle of all the tragedy, we got lucky. We made our luck," Marlene corrected gently. "We made choices. The right ones, I think." From inside the cushioned fort, Harry's voice called out, "Pafu! Marley! Come see our castle!" Exchanging smiles, they ducked inside the fort, where Harry and Hermione had created a surprisingly complex structure, complete with separate rooms and a tower, made of stacked pillows. "This is brilliant," Sirius praised, making himself comfortable in the small space. "Hermione did the planning," Harry said proudly. "I did the building." "Teamwork." Marlene smiled. "That's what makes magic strongest." As they sat together in the children's fort, listening to Harry and Hermione explain their creation with toddler seriousness, Sirius felt a sense of peace he hadn't experienced since before the war. This wasn't the life he'd imagined for himself, raising 2 children in a coastal cottage with Marlene McKinnon, but somehow, impossibly, it had become exactly the life he needed. And more importantly, it was the life Harry and Hermione needed too. Chapter 2: Lessons in Magic and Mischief. The coastal winds whipped around the cottage as 8-year-old Harry Potter raced across the cliffside garden, his dark hair even messier than usual in the breeze. Behind him, Hermione Granger's bushy brown curls bounced as she pursued him, clutching her wand tightly. "You can't just run away every time you don't know the answer," she called, exasperated but laughing. "Watch me!" Harry shouted back, zigzagging between the enchanted rosebushes that bloomed year-round thanks to Marlene's careful charms. From the cottage porch, Sirius Black watched with amusement, coffee mug in hand. "Reminds me of James running from Lily whenever she caught him skipping homework," he remarked to Marlene, who was reviewing a stack of parchment beside him. "Except Hermione's not threatening to hex him into next week," Marlene replied with a smile. "Yet." Harry darted behind an ancient oak tree, then yelped as he nearly collided with Remus Lupin, who had operated into the garden at precisely that moment. "Whoa there!" Remus laughed, steadying Harry by the shoulders. "What's the rush?" "Uncle Mooney!" "Perfect timing!" Harry grinned. "Hermione's making me practice shield charms again, but I want to try your disarming spell instead." Hermione caught up, slightly out of breath. "He needs to master Protego first. You said so yourself last lesson?" "Did I?" Remus pretended to think, his eyes twinkling. "Well, Miss Granger, you're absolutely right. Defense before offense." Harry groaned dramatically. "Traitor. Sorry, cub. Hermione's got the lesson plan right," Remus said, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy hair. "Though I might have a compromise. Let's see you both practice shields, and if they're strong enough, we'll move on to Expelliarmus." Both children immediately perked up. Even though they weren't supposed to perform actual magic with their training wands, Special Creations Ollivander had made that channeled only the most basic spells and couldn't cause real harm. They treasured these practical lessons. Their wands were designed to emit colored light when the proper technique, concentration, and intent were used. The closer to proper spell casting, the brighter the light. Sirius and Marlene joined them in the garden as Remus set up the training area. Over the past 6 years, they'd developed a comprehensive educational approach for both children. Remus handled theoretical magic, wizarding history, and basic spell technique. Sirius taught them about magical creatures, flying, and much to Marlene's dismay, creative problem-solving, which often involved pranks and mischief. Marlene covered potions, healing magic, and herbology, as well as ensuring they received a proper Muggle education in mathematics, science, and literature. "Shield charms are about visualization and willpower," Remus explained, positioning the children opposite each other. "You're not just saying Protego, you're actively willing a barrier into existence." "I know," Harry sighed. "I've been trying." "You're thinking too much about what the shield looks like," Hermione advised. "Marlene says magic responds better to feeling than thinking." "Easy for you to say," Harry grumbled. "Everything magical is easy for you." "Not flying," she reminded him with a grimace. "All right, enough chat," Remus interrupted. "Harry, you try first. Hermione will cast a light spell toward you, not at full power, mind you, and you'll attempt to block it." Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders and raising his training wand. His green eyes narrowed in concentration behind his round glasses. Hermione took position across from him, her own wand at the ready. "On 3, Remus directed. 1, 2, 3. Lumos projectum!" Hermione called clearly, sending a beam of golden light toward Harry. "Protego!" Harry shouted, making a swift, decisive motion with his wand. A faint silvery shimmer appeared before him, not the solid shield they'd been practicing, but definitely something. The light beam hit it and split, part deflecting away while part continued through to tap Harry lightly on the shoulder. "Better," Remus encouraged. "That was definitely better than last time. But it didn't stop it completely." Harry frowned. "Magic isn't all or nothing," Marlene said, stepping forward. "Even partial shields can save your life if they slow a hex enough." Sirius nodded. "Your dad couldn't produce a full shield until his 4th year at Hogwarts. And that was considered advanced." This seemed to cheer Harry. "Really? But he was brilliant at magic, right?" brilliant at transfiguration. Sirius clarified. Everyone has their strengths. James could turn a desk into a pig by third year, but his shield charms always leaked a bit around the edges. Let's try again, Harry said with renewed determination. They practiced for another half hour, with both children taking turns casting and defending. Harry's shield gradually improved, becoming more consistent though still not as strong as Hermione's perfectly formed barrier. Excellent progress, Remus finally declared. As promised, we'll move on to disarming, though only for the last 15 minutes. Then it's time for your Muggle studies. The children cheered. Disarming spells were far more exciting than shields, with satisfying results when performed correctly. Hermione mastered the basic wand movement almost immediately, her training wand glowing bright red. Harry took a few more attempts but soon had the hang of it. The key is precision, Remus explained, demonstrating the sharp flick. You're targeting their wand specifically, not just throwing magic at the person. After the lesson, they all returned to the cottage for lunch. The kitchen was warm and inviting, filled with the aroma of Marlene's homemade bread and soup. The walls were covered with children's drawings, magical photographs, and a large enchanted calendar that reminded them of important dates. Hermione, don't forget your parents are expecting you for dinner tonight, Marlene mentioned, setting bowls of steaming vegetable soup on the table. I haven't forgotten, Hermione assured her. Dad's making his special lasagna for my monthly academic review. Harry grinned. Are you going to tell them about accidentally turning Mrs. Abernathy's cat blue last week? Hermione flushed. That was your fault. You were the one who dared me to try color-changing charms without supervision. And you both earned an extra essay on magical control because of it. Sirius reminded them, though he couldn't hide his amused smile. Mrs. Abernathy was their nearest neighbor, an elderly witch who lived about 2 miles away and occasionally babysit when all 3 adults needed to be elsewhere. Remus cleared his throat, changing the subject. I have news from London. The Ministry's established a new department for monitoring underage magic. Sirius frowned. Let me guess, Lucius Malfoy's behind it. Naturally, Remus confirmed. Though officially it's under Fudge's authority. Marlene exchanged a concerned look with Sirius. Do you think they'll start looking more closely at homeschooled magical children? Possibly, Remus said carefully, with a glance toward Harry and Hermione who were listening intently. Particularly famous ones with lightning scars. Harry unconsciously touched a mark on his forehead. Over the years, they'd gradually explained his history to him, how his parents had died protecting him, how Voldemort had been defeated when his killing curse rebounded. They hadn't hidden his fame from him, but they'd sheltered him from the worst of it. But our training wands don't register with the Ministry, Hermione pointed out. That's why we use them instead of real ones. Clever girl. Sirius smiled. That's exactly right. And we've got all the proper permits for magical homeschooling. They can't touch us legally. But they might try, Marlene added quietly. After lunch, while the children were occupied with mathematics lessons in the study, the adults gathered in the kitchen to speak more freely. How bad is it, Remus? Sirius asked, his casual demeanor dropping away. Malfoy's been working on Fudge for months, Remus replied. The official line is concerned about magical education standards, but the real target is clearly Harry. And by extension, Hermione, Marlene added grimly. Malfoy's made no secret of his views on Muggleborns, even after claiming he was under the Imperius during the war. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, a habit when he was frustrated. We knew this would happen eventually. The boy who lived can't stay hidden forever. They'll want to evaluate him, Remus predicted. Make sure he's receiving proper wizarding education according to Ministry standards. Which really means making sure he's being raised with the right political views, Marlene said bitterly. The old pureblood families never gave up trying to control education. So what do we do? Sirius asked. We prepare, Marlene decided. The children are already ahead of their age group in magical theory and practice. We make sure they can demonstrate that clearly if inspectors come. And we call in some favors. Sirius added. Amelia Bones owes me from that werewolf trafficking case we broke in '84. And McGonagall would stand up for us. She sends those assessment tests every year, and both kids always score top marks. Speaking of McGonagall, Remus interjected. She mentioned something interesting in her last letter. Apparently, there's been unusual magical activity detected around old magical sites. Stone circles, ancient groves, places with historical significance. Death Eaters? Sirius asked sharply. Unknown. Remus shook his head. But it's got Dumbledore concerned enough that he's having Order members check the locations discreetly. Marlene frowned thoughtfully. That reminds me of something. When I was undercover during the war, Karkaroff mentioned old magic, ritual magic tied to specific places. Said the Dark Lord was interested in tapping into it. Should we be worried? Sirius asked. Vigilant. Remus corrected. Moody's favorite word for a reason. Their conversation was interrupted by a crash from the study, followed by Harry's distinct, "Oops," and Hermione's exasperated, "Now look what you've done." Marlene sighed. That's our cue. Mathematics lesson clearly went off track. They found the children standing amidst what had once been a row of potted plants. Somehow, the ceramic pots had all exploded, spraying dirt across the wooden floor. Harry had a guilty expression, while Hermione looked torn between annoyance and fascination. He was trying to make his quill float while doing equations. Hermione explained immediately. I told him concentration splits when you attempt multiple types of magic. The quill did float. Harry pointed out. Just, the pots didn't like it much. Sirius struggled not to laugh. This is exactly why we practice control, pup. Sorry, Harry said, looking genuinely contrite. I'll clean it up. Both of you will. Marlene corrected. The Muggle way. Hermione nodded seriously, already heading for the broom closet. Harry followed with a dramatic sigh that fooled no one. He was already plotting how to turn cleanup into a game. Later that afternoon, Sirius took Harry for his flying practice while Marlene prepared Hermione for her visit to her parents. The arrangement they'd established years ago had evolved as Hermione grew older. She now spent weekdays at the cottage for magical education, but returned to her parents' home each night. Weekends were split, with Saturday nights at the Granger home and the rest of the time at the cottage. It wasn't perfect, but it balanced her need for both worlds. Got everything? Marlene asked as Hermione packed her overnight bag. I think so, Hermione replied, carefully folding her favorite nightgown. I finished the essay on healing herbs for you, and the book report on the secret garden for Mum. Marlene smiled fondly at her organization. How are they doing with the new defensive wards we added last month? They're getting used to them, Hermione said. Dad still jumps when the perimeter alert chimes, but Mum says it's reassuring. The Grangers had adapted remarkably well to having a magical daughter, though the initial attack on their home had left its mark. They'd moved to a new house in a quieter part of Crawley, with multiple layers of magical protection installed by Sirius, Marlene, and Remus. Daniel had returned to his dental practice, and Emma worked part-time as a hygienist while pursuing a degree in child psychology, inspired, she said, by watching Hermione navigate between two worlds. Remember, if anything feels wrong, anything at all, you use the emergency port key. Marlene reminded her, touching the silver bracelet on Hermione's wrist. It looked like an ordinary charm bracelet, but one specific charm, a tiny shield, would instantly transport her back to the cottage if activated. I know. Hermione nodded solemnly. Trust my instincts, don't ignore warning signs. Marlene pulled her into a hug. Smart girl. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon for the festival, right? Wouldn't miss it. Hermione grinned. Dad's already asked a million questions about it. The Midsummer Magical Heritage Festival was held annually in a magically hidden meadow near Glastonbury. It was one of the few public wizarding events Sirius and Marlene felt comfortable taking the children to, as the security was excellent, and it focused more on ancient magical traditions than modern politics. This year would be the first time the Grangers attended as well, a significant step in integrating them further into the magical world. Sirius and Harry returned from flying, Harry's cheeks flushed with excitement and windburn. "I did a full loop today," he announced proudly. "A complete circle without falling off." "Brilliant!" Hermione said genuinely. Despite her own discomfort with flying, she never discouraged Harry's enthusiasm for it. "He's a natural," Sirius confirmed with obvious pride. "Just like his father." "Will I see you do loops tomorrow at the festival?" Hermione asked. "No flying displays this year," Sirius said. "But there's a demonstration of ancient broomstick games that should be interesting." After Hermione departed with Marlene, who would apparate her to her parents' house, Harry and Sirius settled in for their traditional guys' night with Remus. These Friday evenings typically involved board games, stories about the Marauders' adventures at Hogwarts, and slightly more sugar than Marlene would have approved. "So," Sirius said, dealing cards for Exploding Snap, "ready for your first big public wizarding event, pup?" Harry's expression was a mix of excitement and apprehension. "I guess. Will people stare at my scar?" "Some might," Remus acknowledged honestly. "You're famous, Harry. People have been telling stories about you for years. But you don't have to talk to anyone you don't want to," Sirius added firmly. "And if anyone bothers you, we'll be right there." Harry nodded, processing this. "Hermione says I should just ignore it when people stare. She says getting angry only makes it worse. Wise beyond her years, that one." Remus smiled. "She also said I should practice my dignified face in the mirror," Harry added with a grin. "But I think I look constipated when I try." This sent both men into laughter, and Harry joined in, the cards momentarily forgotten. "Your father had the same problem," Sirius recalled fondly. "Whenever he tried to look serious, he looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Your mother, though, she had a look that could freeze boiling cauldrons." "Tell me about when they were my age," Harry requested, as he often did during these evenings. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, searching their memories. "Well, I didn't know them at 8, Sirius admitted. "But when we first met on the Hogwarts Express at 11, your dad immediately declared we'd be best friends, and then tried to trade my chocolate frogs for his licorice wands." "And your mother," Remus added, "was sitting with Severus Snape, reading ahead in the first-year potions book and correcting the instructions in the margins." Harry wrinkled his nose at the mention of Snape. He'd heard plenty about his mother's former friend who had later joined the Death Eaters, then supposedly switched sides. Sirius made no secret of his dislike for the man, though Remus was more measured in his descriptions. "Do you think they'd like how you're raising me?" Harry asked quietly, a question he returned to periodically. Sirius's expression softened. "Your dad would love that you're learning pranks and flying loops before you're even at Hogwarts. Your mom would appreciate that you're learning both magical and muggle subjects. But most importantly, they'd love that you're happy and loved, Harry. That's what they wanted most for you." Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer as always. The moment of seriousness passed, and they returned to their game, the cards occasionally exploding with small pops that made them all jump and laugh. The next morning dawned bright and clear, perfect weather for the festival. Harry was up early, too excited to sleep, and had already changed his outfit 3 times by the time Marlene returned to help with breakfast. "Green or blue?" he demanded, holding up 2 shirts the moment she walked in. "Good morning to you too," she laughed. "The blue matches your eyes better, but the green brings out the color in your cheeks." "Green it is," he decided, dashing back upstairs. Sirius emerged from the kitchen with coffee. "Been like this since dawn. You'd think we were going to the Quidditch World Cup, not a historical magic festival." "It's his first real public wizarding event," Marlene reminded him. "Of course he's excited. And nervous. How was Hermione's evening with her parents?" "Good." Emma said she talked their ears off about ancient magical traditions in preparation for today. "They're meeting us there at noon." Harry reappeared, now dressed in the green shirt with his most comfortable jeans. He'd attempted to flatten his unruly hair, with predictably limited success. "You look very handsome," Marlene assured him. "Very dignified." Harry grinned. "Hermione's been coaching me. Said I need to look presentable for my first public appearance." "Just be yourself, pup," Sirius advised. "The people who matter won't care if your hair sticks up." They enjoyed a leisurely breakfast, reviewing the festival program and planning which exhibitions to visit. By mid-morning they were ready to depart. The festival was accessible by several methods, but they opted for portkey as the simplest approach with a child. "Remember," Sirius said as they gathered around the old boot that would transport them. "Stay close to us, don't wander off, and if we get separated, go to the central pavilion and wait." "I know," Harry said, trying not to roll his eyes. "And use the emergency portkey if there's real trouble. We've been over this 100 times. And we'll go over it 100 more," Marlene said firmly. "Safety first." The portkey activated with a jerk behind their navels, and moments later they landed in a designated arrival area at the edge of a vast meadow. Harry stumbled slightly but kept his feet. He'd been practicing portkey landings in the garden with cushioning charms below him. The festival spread before them in a riot of color and activity. Dozens of tents and pavilions dotted the field, with banners and flags fluttering in the gentle breeze. Wizards and witches of all ages wandered between displays, many dressed in traditional robes or historical costumes. The air was filled with the sounds of conversation, magical demonstrations, and traditional music. Harry's eyes widened as he took it all in. Though he'd grown up in a magical household, he'd never seen so many witches and wizards gathered in one place. "Brilliant," he breathed. Sirius grinned at his expression. "Wait until you see Diagon Alley for your school shopping. Or your first Quidditch match at Hogwarts." They began to explore, starting with a demonstration of ancient wand crafting techniques. Harry watched, fascinated, as an elderly wizard split wood with magic alone, his fingers directing the grain to separate perfectly. "Before modern wands," the craftsman explained to the gathered crowd, "magical folk used branches in their natural state, often keeping them tied to the living tree until needed for powerful magic." They moved on to a display of historical magical artifacts, old cauldrons, divination tools, and primitive broomsticks. Harry was particularly intrigued by a set of enchanted stones that changed color according to the magical affinity of whoever touched them. "Go on," the witch running the display encouraged. "They're perfectly safe." Harry hesitantly touched a plain gray stone. Immediately it glowed with a deep, rich crimson shot through with threads of gold. The witch's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Strong affinity for protective and transformative magic," she noted. "Quite unusual in combination." Before Harry could ask what that meant, they were interrupted by a high-pitched squeal of "Harry!" Hermione came bounding toward them, her parents following at a more sedate pace. "You're here early!" she exclaimed, hugging him enthusiastically. "We've already seen the ancient runes display, and there's a man making potions using only ingredients the druids would have had, and there's going to be a magical creatures exhibit opening at noon with a real unicorn." Harry grinned at her excitement. "Breathe, Hermione." The Grangers caught up, greeting Sirius and Marlene warmly. Over the years, they'd developed a friendly relationship based on their shared dedication to the children's well-being. "This is quite something," Daniel remarked, looking around at the magical displays. "Makes our Renaissance fairs seem rather tame." "Wait until you see the elemental magic demonstration," Sirius said. "They're doing traditional fire calling at 2 o'clock. They continued exploring as a group, the adults taking turns explaining magical concepts to the Grangers while the children darted ahead to each new attraction. Despite the occasional glances and whispers when people recognized Harry, most festival attendees respected their privacy, focusing on the celebrations rather than celebrity spotting. By early afternoon, they'd visited most of the exhibitions and were enjoying a lunch of traditional foods at wooden tables near the central pavilion. Harry was enthusiastically describing the unicorn they'd seen to Sirius, who'd been getting them drinks when the creature made its appearance. "It came right up to Hermione," he recounted. The handler said unicorns prefer girls, but this one seemed to really like her specifically. It sensed her pure heart, Emma suggested with a smile at her daughter. Actually, Hermione corrected. The handler said it was probably because I have strong natural healing magic. Unicorns are drawn to healers. Just like your mother, Daniel said to Marlene. Didn't you say healing ran in your family? Marlene nodded, a shadow crossing her face briefly. The McKinnons have been healers for generations. My mother could heal burns with just her touch, no spells needed. The mention of Marlene's family brought a momentary solemnity to the table. Though years had passed since their deaths, the loss still pained her deeply. The mood was broken by the arrival of an elegant older witch who stopped by their table, her gaze fixed on Marlene with evident surprise. Marlene McKinnon? Is that really you? Marlene looked up, recognition dawning. Augusta Longbottom. It's been years. Augusta Longbottom stood straight-backed and proud in traditional formal robes, a distinctive vulture-topped hat perched on her gray hair. Beside her stood a round-faced boy about Harry and Hermione's age, looking somewhat uncomfortable in his own formal attire. When I heard you'd survived, I could scarcely believe it, Augusta said. After what happened to your family, and then Frank and Alice. Her voice faltered slightly. I'm so sorry about Frank and Alice, Marlene said softly. They were wonderful people, dear friends. Augusta nodded stiffly, then seemed to remember the boy beside her. This is my grandson, Neville. Neville, this is Marlene McKinnon, a friend of your parents from the Order of the Phoenix. Neville mumbled a shy greeting, his eyes downcast. Marlene smiled warmly at him. You look so much like your father, Neville. He had your same kind eyes. She turned to include the others. This is Sirius Black, and our wards, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. At Harry's name, both Augusta and Neville looked up with renewed interest. Harry Potter, Augusta said, studying him. Yes, I see the resemblance to James. You have your mother's eyes, though. Harry, who had been carefully coached for such moments, stood and offered his hand politely. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Longbottom. Hello, Neville. Augusta seemed impressed by his manners. Neville, meanwhile, was staring at Harry with a mixture of awe and nervousness. Hello, he managed. Hermione, sensing his discomfort, jumped in with her usual directness. Do you like plants, Neville? There's a brilliant herbology exhibition over by the East Field. We were heading there next. Neville's face brightened visibly. I love plants. Gran's been teaching me about magical herbology since I was little. Would you like to join us? Marlene invited. We'd be delighted to have your company. Augusta hesitated, then nodded. For a short while, perhaps. Neville could benefit from spending time with children his own age. This last was said with a pointed look at her grandson that made him flush slightly. As they walked toward the herbology exhibition, Harry and Hermione naturally fell into step with Neville, asking him questions about his interests and sharing stories about their own magical education. His initial shyness gradually melted away as he realized they were treating him like any other boy, not staring at him with the pitying looks he often received from adults who knew his parents' fate. So you both live together? Neville asked, clearly curious about their unusual arrangement. Sort of. Harry explained. I live at the cottage all the time, but Hermione splits between us and her parents. It gives me the best of both worlds. Hermione added. Magical and muggle. That sounds nice, Neville said wistfully. It's just me and Gran at the manor. And the house elves, of course. The herbology exhibition was extensive, featuring plants from various magical traditions worldwide. Neville's knowledge impressed even Marlene, who had a strong background in herbology for her healing work. He correctly identified rare specimens that had the adult presenters nodding in approval. You have a true gift, the witch running the medicinal herbs section told him. You remind me of Pomona Sprout when she was young. Neville blushed at the comparison to Hogwarts' esteemed herbology professor, but he stood a little straighter afterward. As the afternoon progressed, Augusta Longbottom gradually relaxed, engaging in conversation with Sirius and Marlene about order days while keeping a watchful eye on Neville. The Grangers asked thoughtful questions about wizarding traditions, genuinely interested in understanding this world their daughter belonged to. They were examining a display of ancient Celtic ritual tools when a commotion erupted from a nearby pavilion. Shouts and the sound of something breaking drew their attention. "Stay here," Sirius instructed the children, his wand already in hand as he moved toward the disturbance. Marlene followed, with Augusta close behind after a stern command for Neville to remain with the other children. "What do you think is happening?" Hermione asked, trying to see past the crowd that had formed. "Probably just someone's spell gone wrong," Harry suggested, though he looked uneasy. Emma drew the children closer to her and Daniel, her expression concerned. "Should we move somewhere else?" Before they could decide, the crowd parted violently as a figure was thrown backward through the air, crashing into a display of herbal preparations several yards away. Sirius appeared, his face set in a grim expression Harry had rarely seen, his wand trained on the fallen figure. "Stay down, Lestrange," he called, his voice carrying across the now silent festival grounds. The figure, a wild-haired woman in dark robes, laughed, a high, unsettling sound. "Cousin Sirius! Still playing the hero?" She rose with unnatural grace, seemingly unharmed by her landing. Harry felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He knew that name, Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's cousin, one of Voldemort's most devoted followers. She was supposed to be in Azkaban. "Harry," Hermione whispered urgently, gripping his arm. "We need to get back." He nodded, already reaching for the emergency port key in his pocket. But before they could activate it, Bellatrix's gaze swept the crowd and landed directly on them, or more specifically on Harry. Her dark eyes widened, and her lips curved in a terrible smile. "Is that baby Potter all grown up?" she called in a sing-song voice. "Auntie Bella's been so looking forward to meeting you." Several things happened at once. Marlene and Augusta both moved to block Bellatrix's view of the children. Sirius shot a stunning spell that Bellatrix deflected almost casually. And Daniel Granger, acting on pure instinct, pushed all three children behind a large display table. "Get ready to run on my signal," he told them, his dentist's calm in emergencies serving him well now. Harry clutched his emergency port key, but hesitated. "It will only take me. You and Neville, we'll be fine," Hermione insisted, though her voice shook slightly. "The adults will protect us." More shouts and the distinctive sounds of magical combat erupted. Festival security had arrived, but Bellatrix wasn't alone. Dark-robed figures were now visible through gaps in the crowd, sending spells flying indiscriminately. "Death Eaters," Neville whispered, his face pale but determined. "Gran said some escaped after what happened to my parents." A spell hit the table they were hiding behind, splintering the wood. Daniel pulled them toward a more solid shelter, a stone display of ancient cauldrons. "We need to split up," Harry decided quickly. "They're after me, not you." "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione hissed. "We stick together." The battle intensified. Through a gap between displays, Harry could see Sirius dueling Bellatrix directly, his face set in concentration. Marlene was back-to-back with Augusta Longbottom, the two witches efficiently repelling attacks from multiple directions. Festival attendees were disapparating or running for designated evacuation points, while security wizards tried to contain the Death Eaters. A stray spell hit the ground near their hiding spot, sending stones and dirt flying. Neville cried out as debris struck his arm, leaving a nasty cut. "We can't stay here," Harry said decisively. "Mr. Granger, can you get Neville and Hermione to that exit?" He pointed to a nearby pavilion where people were being ushered out by security. "We're not leaving you," Daniel said firmly. "I'll use my port key as soon as you're safe," Harry promised. "But I can't take you with it." "He's right, Dad," Hermione said reluctantly. "The emergency port keys are keyed to specific people." She touched her bracelet. "Mine will only take me." Daniel hesitated, clearly torn. Another explosion, closer this time, made the decision for him. On 3, We run for the exit. Harry, you activate your portkey immediately after. Understood? Harry nodded, though he had no intention of leaving until he saw they were safe. 1, 2, 3. They broke from cover, running in a low crouch toward the evacuation point. They'd almost made it when a sickly purple spell hit the ground before them, forcing them to veer sharply right, directly into the open. There you are, little Potter! Bellatrix's voice rang out triumphantly. She had disengaged from Sirius, who was now occupied with 2 other Death Eaters. Coming to play with Auntie Bella? Harry froze, instinctively pushing Hermione behind him. Daniel moved to shield both children, but a casual flick of Bellatrix's wand sent him flying backward. Dad! Hermione screamed, starting toward him. Stay back! Harry ordered, gripping her arm. His mind raced through their lessons. No training wand now, he needed real magic. Remus's voice echoed in his memory. Magic responds to necessity and will when the need is greatest. Bellatrix advanced, twirling her wand playfully. The boy who lived, she crooned. Not for much longer, I think. My lord will be so pleased when I bring him your head. Your lord is gone, Harry said, surprised at how steady his voice sounded despite his racing heart. Voldemort is dead. Bellatrix's face contorted with rage. You dare speak his name? Crucio! Harry didn't think, he acted. Protego! He shouted, focusing all his will on creating a shield, just as they practiced countless times. To his shock, and evidently Bellatrix's, a genuine shield charm materialized before him, solid and silvery blue. The unforgivable curse hit it and dissipated, unable to penetrate the barrier. Hermione gasped beside him. Harry! Bellatrix's surprise quickly turned to anger. Lucky little boy. She snarled, raising her wand again. Before she could cast, a powerful spell hit her from behind, sending her sprawling. Marlene stood there, her wand extended, her face fierce with protective fury. Get away from them, she commanded, her voice ringing with authority. Bellatrix rolled to her feet, laughing again. The last McKinnon. I should have made sure you were dead with the rest of your blood traitor family. You'll never touch another child. Marlene replied coldly, and the duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever witnessed. Spells flew so rapidly they were barely visible, just streaks of light and color as the 2 witches battled. Marlene's style was precise and controlled, while Bellatrix fought with wild, unpredictable movements. Yet neither could gain a clear advantage. Harry's shield had faded, the unexpected burst of real magic having drained him significantly. Hermione was helping her father to his feet, while Neville stood frozen nearby, staring at Bellatrix with a mixture of terror and hatred. We need to go, Hermione urged, returning to Harry's side. Now! Before Harry could respond, Bellatrix suddenly changed tactics. Instead of targeting Marlene, she sent a vicious cutting curse toward the children. Marlene reacted instantly, diving into the spell's path. It caught her across the shoulder, sending her stumbling to one knee. Marlene! Harry cried. Bellatrix cackled in triumph, advancing for the kill, but she'd made a critical error. She turned her back on Sirius, who had finally dispatched his opponents. Bombarda Maxima! Sirius roared, his spell hitting the ground at Bellatrix's feet with explosive force. The blast sent Bellatrix flying through the air again, this time much farther and with far less control. She landed in a crumpled heap near the edge of the festival grounds. Before anyone could approach, she staggered to her feet and disapparated with a crack, along with the remaining Death Eaters. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the battle had been. Festival security swarmed the area, checking for injuries and securing the perimeter. Sirius rushed to Marlene's side, his face pale with concern. I'm all right, she insisted, though blood soaked the sleeve of her robe. The children, we're okay, Harry said, rushing to her with Hermione. You saved us. Marlene's smile was tight with pain. You saved yourselves first. That was a real shield charm, Harry. I've never seen a child your age produce one so strong. Instinct. Harry mumbled, embarrassed by the praise even as relief flooded through him. I just needed it to work. Augusta Longbottom appeared with Neville, both looking shaken but unharmed. We need to get the children away from here, she said briskly. There could be more of them. Agreed, Sirius said, helping Marlene to her feet. Our cottage is secure. You're all welcome there until we're certain the danger has passed. Within minutes, arrangements were made. Emma had been safely evacuated earlier and would meet them at the cottage. The Grangers would stay overnight as a precaution, and Augusta agreed that Neville should remain with them as well, at least until the Ministry confirmed all the attackers had fled. Emergency portkeys brought them directly to the cottage's protected garden, where Remus was waiting, having been alerted by the wards that multiple people were arriving. His face showed visible relief when he saw them all relatively intact. Death Eaters at the festival, Sirius explained tersely as Remus helped him support Marlene into the house. Bellatrix was leading them. She's somehow out of Azkaban. Targeting Harry? Remus asked grimly. And recognizing him instantly, Marlene added through gritted teeth as they settled her on the sofa. Someone tipped them off he'd be there. The children were ushered into the kitchen by Emma, who had arrived minutes before them. She set about making hot chocolate while Daniel explained what had happened in hushed tones. Augusta joined the adults in the living room, leaving the children to decompress. Are you really okay? Hermione asked Harry quietly, noticing how pale he still looked. Yeah, he nodded, though his hands trembled slightly around his mug. Just processing. I've heard about her for years, but actually seeing Bellatrix. She was terrifying, Neville said, speaking up for the first time since they'd arrived. She's the one who... He trailed off, unable to continue. Who hurt your parents? Hermione finished gently. We know, Neville. I'm so sorry. Neville looked surprised, then grateful for her directness. Gran never talks about it. Says it's too painful. Sirius and Marlene tell me everything, Harry said. Even the scary parts. They say knowledge is protection. They're right. Neville agreed with unexpected firmness. If I'd known what you looked like before today, I wouldn't have frozen up. You didn't freeze for long, Hermione pointed out. You were ready to run with us. This small praise seemed to mean a great deal to Neville. He straightened a bit in his chair. I want to learn to defend myself properly. Gran's been reluctant to let me try much magic, worried I'm not strong enough. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. We could show you some of what we've learned, Harry offered. If you want. Really? Neville looked hopeful. Of course, Hermione said warmly. That's what friends do. The adults rejoined them shortly, Marlene now with a properly bandaged shoulder. The cut had been deep but clean, and her own healing knowledge combined with Remus's first aid skills had repaired the worst of the damage. The Ministry has confirmed Bellatrix escaped Azkaban 3 days ago, Sirius reported grimly. Along with her husband and brother-in-law. They'd been planning this attack specifically. How did they know Harry would be at the festival? Emma asked, the fear evident in her voice. We're not sure, Marlene admitted. But we've suspected for some time that someone at the Ministry has been keeping tabs on us. This confirms it. What does this mean moving forward? Daniel asked, his arm protectively around his wife's shoulders. Sirius and Marlene exchanged glances. We increase security, Sirius said. Add layers to the existing protections on both homes. Limit public appearances even more carefully. And we accelerate the children's defensive training, Marlene added. Harry proved today that in a crisis, real magic is possible even at his age. That's something we need to develop. Augusta nodded approvingly. The boy has his father's talent. That shield charm was remarkable. Harry flushed at the praise but looked troubled. It was just luck. I couldn't do it again if I tried right now. That's normal, Remus assured him. Powerful emotional magic often can't be replicated immediately. But the fact that you did it once means you can learn to do it consistently with practice. The evening that followed was subdued but not somber. The adults took turns reinforcing the cottage's protections, while the children helped prepare a simple dinner. Having guests, especially another child their age, provided a welcome distraction from the day's trauma. After dinner, as the adults discussed security arrangements, Hermione had an idea. "Harry, why don't we show Neville the library? I bet he'd like the herbology section." Harry caught on immediately. The cottage's library was one of their favorite retreats, a cozy room filled with books on every magical subject imaginable, collected by Sirius's uncle and expanded by their own household. Neville's eyes lit up at the mention of herbology, and he followed them eagerly. The library was warm and inviting, with comfortable chairs, magical lamps that adjusted their brightness automatically, and shelves that occasionally rearranged themselves according to the reader's interests. "This is brilliant," Neville breathed, taking in the extensive collection. "Gran has a library, but it's all ancient family histories and dark arts defense. Nothing this comfortable. It's our favorite room," Hermione said, already heading for a specific shelf. "Here's the herbology section. Marlene has some really rare books on medicinal plants." As Neville browsed the books with evident delight, Harry pulled Hermione aside. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" he whispered. She nodded. "Neville needs friends, and we need to expand our circle eventually. Plus, he clearly has knowledge we don't, especially about plants. And he's been through something similar," Harry added. "His parents were taken from him too, just in a different way." "Should we show him the practice room?" Hermione asked. Harry considered this. The practice room was a specially warded space where they conducted their magical training, a sacred space, in many ways, that few outsiders had seen. "Let's ask Sirius and Marlene first. But I think they'd agree." They returned to Neville, who was absorbed in a detailed text on water plants. "Find something good?" Harry asked. "This is amazing," Neville said enthusiastically. "It has growing techniques I've never seen before." He hesitated, then added hopefully, "Do you think, could I borrow it?" "I'd be really careful with it." "Of course," Hermione said immediately. "That's what friends are for." Neville's smile was like sunshine breaking through clouds. "Thanks. I've never really had friends before." The simple admission tugged at Harry's heart. Despite his fame, or perhaps because of it, his own social circle had been extremely limited. Hermione was more his sister than friend, having grown up alongside him. The idea of expanding their small world appealed to him deeply. "Well, you do now," Harry said firmly. "And once we're all at Hogwarts together, we'll have even more adventures." Later that night, after the Grangers had been settled in the guest room and Neville in Harry's room, with Harry taking the sofa, Sirius found Harry staring out the living room window at the starlit sea. "Can't sleep?" Sirius asked, sitting beside him. Harry shook his head, keeping seeing her face. "Bellatrix. The way she looked at me." Sirius put an arm around his shoulders. "I know. She was always the most frightening of my relatives, even before she joined Voldemort." "She said he wasn't dead," Harry said quietly. "Do you think that's true?" Sirius was silent for a long moment. "I don't know, pup. Dumbledore never believed he was truly gone. Just diminished somehow. And if he comes back? He'll come for me again, won't he?" "Yes," Sirius admitted, never one to lie to Harry about important matters. "But you won't face him alone. Not ever." Harry leaned against his godfather, drawing comfort from his solid presence. "I did magic today. Real magic." "You did," Sirius confirmed proudly. "A shield charm strong enough to block an unforgivable, even if only for a moment. That's extraordinary magic for anyone, let alone an 8-year-old. It felt right," Harry tried to explain. "Like I'd always known how to do it, but just needed the right moment. That's how the best magic works," Sirius said. "It comes from something deeper than memorization or technique. It comes from your core, who you are." Harry considered this, then asked the question that had been troubling him since the attack. "Why does she hate me so much? I was just a baby when Voldemort disappeared." It wasn't like I did anything on purpose. To people like Bellatrix, you represent the downfall of everything they believe in," Sirius explained. "Their world was built on the idea that pureblood wizards were superior, that they deserved to rule. Then a 1-year-old half-blood baby somehow defeated the most powerful dark wizard of the age. You shattered their worldview just by surviving." "That's stupid," Harry muttered. "I don't even remember it." "Hatred rarely makes sense, pup," Sirius said with a sad smile. "But you know what does make sense? The way you protected Hermione today. The way you've already befriended Neville. The way you face these challenges with courage. Those are choices, Harry. Your choices. And they matter far more than anything that happened when you were a baby." Harry nodded, feeling somewhat comforted. "Do you think Mum and Dad would be proud of how I handled today?" "Without a doubt," Sirius said firmly. "James would be telling everyone who'd listen about his son's shield charm for years. And Lily, she'd be proud not just of your magic, but of your heart. The way you put others first, even in danger." They sat together in comfortable silence for a while longer, watching the moon's reflection on the distant waves. Eventually, Harry's eyelids grew heavy, and Sirius helped him make up his bed on the couch. "Try to sleep," he said, tucking the blankets around Harry just as he had when he was smaller. "Tomorrow's going to be busy." "Serious?" Harry asked sleepily. "I'm glad it was you and Marlene who raised me. Even with the danger. I wouldn't want it any other way." Sirius's throat tightened with emotion. "Me too, pup. Me too." After Harry drifted off, Sirius remained watching over him for a time, reflecting on how much their lives had changed since that fateful Halloween night. They'd created something precious here, a family forged in grief but sustained by love, a home built on protection but filled with joy. And now, with the re-emergence of old enemies, he was more determined than ever to ensure that home remained a sanctuary for the children who depended on them. The attack at the festival dominated wizarding news for days. The Daily Prophet ran sensationalized accounts of the boy who lived faces Death Eaters, though thankfully none mentioned his shield charm or the specific details of the confrontation. Someone in the ministry, likely Malfoy, had ensured Harry's presence would be known, but they hadn't anticipated Bellatrix's escape or the very public attack that followed. Augusta Longbottom, impressed by both Harry's actions and the education he and Hermione were receiving, made an unexpected proposal the day after the attack. "I would like Neville to join your lessons," she stated without preamble over breakfast. "Twice weekly, perhaps. The boy needs proper magical instruction, and clearly what you're doing here is effective." Sirius and Marlene exchanged surprised glances. "We'd be happy to include Neville," Marlene said cautiously. "But wouldn't that be inconvenient with you living so far away?" "We have a smaller property in Devon that's much closer," Augusta replied. "I've been considering relocating there anyway. The manor is too large for just the two of us. This would provide additional motivation." Neville, overhearing from the breakfast table where he sat with Harry and Hermione, looked both stunned and hopeful. "Really, Gran? I could learn with them?" Augusta's stern expression softened slightly. "You showed courage yesterday, standing with your friends. It's time you received proper training to develop that potential." The children could barely contain their excitement at this development. After the Longbottoms departed and the Grangers returned to their newly rewarded home, Harry and Hermione peppered Sirius and Marlene with questions about how lessons would change with Neville joining them. "Will we need to start over with the basics for him?" Hermione asked practically. "Not necessarily," Marlene replied. "Augusta has been teaching him some fundamentals, and his herbology knowledge exceeds yours already. We'll assess where he stands and adjust accordingly. It'll be brilliant having another friend here," Harry said enthusiastically. "Someone besides us who understands what it's like." "Understands what?" Sirius prompted gently, knowing there was more to Harry's thought. Harry considered this. "What it's like to grow up different. To have lost parents to the war. To have people look at you and see something that happened to you, not who you are." Sirius nodded, impressed as always by Harry's emotional insight. That's very perceptive, pup. The following week established a new normal. Security around both properties was heightened, with additional layers of magical detection and protection. The children's outdoor activities were temporarily restricted to the warded gardens, and all trips beyond their homes were cancelled for the immediate future. Neville began joining them twice weekly, arriving via secure flu connection with Augusta. His initial shyness around Sirius and Remus gradually faded as he became comfortable in the cottage environment. To everyone's delight, he brought plants from his personal greenhouse as gifts, magical specimens that enhanced Marlene's herb garden and provided fresh ingredients for their potions lessons. "You have a genuine talent," Marlene told him after watching him carefully repot a temperamental flutterbloom that had resisted her own efforts. "That's not just practice. You have a natural affinity for growing things." Neville blushed at the praise. "Gran says it's the only magic I'm any good at." "That's nonsense," Harry said immediately. "You just need the right teaching approach. Sirius says everyone has different magical strengths." "He's right," Marlene confirmed. "The traditional pure-blood approach to magical education is very rigid, one method for all children. But that doesn't work for everyone." Under their tutelage, Neville's confidence gradually improved. While his spellwork remained hesitant at first, his encyclopedic knowledge of magical plants proved invaluable during their integrated lessons, where Marlene showed how herbology, potions, and healing magic interconnected. July brought Harry's 9th birthday, celebrated with a small gathering at the cottage. The Grangers attended, as did Neville and Augusta, along with Remus and a few trusted Order members. Minerva McGonagall made a rare appearance away from Hogwarts, and Alastair Moody provided additional security while gruffly presenting Harry with a junior sneakoscope. "Constant vigilance," he growled when Harry thanked him, though there was genuine affection beneath his gruff exterior. The highlight of Harry's gifts was a training broom from Sirius, more advanced than his current model, allowing for higher flight and more complex maneuvers within the protected airspace above their property. "Your father would have had you on a full racing broom by now," Sirius told him with a wink. "But Marlene would hex me into next week if I tried that." "Too right I would," Marlene confirmed, though she was smiling. "This is a good compromise, real flight experience but with safety charms intact." August brought an unexpected development. While organizing the cottage's extensive library, a project Hermione had championed with characteristic thoroughness, they discovered a hidden compartment behind a section of magical history texts. "There's something here," Hermione called one rainy afternoon, her voice excited. "The shelves don't match up with the external measurements of the wall." Harry and Sirius joined her immediately, intrigued by the discovery. After careful examination, Sirius identified a concealment charm interwoven with a blood-based security measure. "My uncle was paranoid about certain books," he explained, "always hiding the more valuable ones from my mother when she visited. But this is different, more sophisticated." "Can we open it?" Harry asked eagerly. "We can try," Sirius said, drawing his wand. "Stand back, both of you." Several revealing spells later, the hidden section remained stubbornly sealed. Marlene, called in to consult, studied the magic with growing interest. "This isn't your uncle's work, Sirius," she said finally. "This is McKinnon magic." "McKinnon?" Sirius repeated, confused. "How would the cottage pass through several owners before your uncle acquired it?" Marlene explained. "I remember my mother mentioning that our family once had property on the Welsh coast, generations ago." She traced the seam of the hidden compartment with her fingers. "These are our family runes. I recognize them from my childhood home." "Can you open it?" Hermione asked. Marlene nodded slowly. "I think so. It requires McKinnon blood." She pricked her finger with a small charm, then pressed the droplet to a nearly invisible symbol carved into the wood. "By blood and right, reveal your secrets," she murmured in Welsh. The compartment slid open silently, revealing a small space containing a single item, an ancient leather-bound book with silver clasps. Marlene gasped softly when she saw it. The family grimoire, she whispered, reaching for it with reverent hands. I thought it was lost in the attack on our home. What's a grimoire? Harry asked. A family spell book, Sirius explained. Old magical families pass down their unique knowledge through these books. They're incredibly valuable and typically protected by blood magic, so only family members can access them. Marlene carefully lifted the book from its hiding place, emotion evident on her face. My mother showed me this when I was a child, but I wasn't permitted to read it until I came of age. When the Death Eaters attacked our home, I assumed it had been destroyed with everything else. How did it get here? Hermione wondered. Someone must have hidden it for safekeeping, Marlene said. Perhaps my mother, if she had some warning of the attack. Or another relative who knew of this property's history. The grimoire's cover was worn but beautifully crafted, with the McKinnon family crest embossed in silver, a shield bearing a healing hand over a protective flame. The clasps opened at Marlene's touch, revealing pages of handwritten spells, potion recipes, and magical theory dating back centuries. It's extraordinary, Hermione breathed, peering at the contents with academic reverence. A primary historical source of magical development. It's more than that, Marlene said softly. It's my family's legacy. Their knowledge, their discoveries, their magical innovations preserved through generations. She turned the pages carefully, showing them sections on healing charms specific to the McKinnon line, protective enchantments developed during various wizarding conflicts, and uniquely effective potion variations. The McKinnons specialized in protective and healing magic, she explained. During the Grindelwald conflict, my grandfather developed shields that could repel multiple curses simultaneously. And my mother's work on burn healing paste is still used at St. Mungo's, though few know she created it. Harry studied the book with newfound appreciation. So these are spells only your family knows? Many of them, yes, Marlene nodded. Some were shared over time, becoming part of standard magical practice. Others remained family secrets, passed down through the grimoire. Can you teach us some of them? Harry asked eagerly. Marlene hesitated. Traditionally, family magic stays within the bloodline. But, she looked at Harry and Hermione, then at Sirius. You are my family now, in every way that matters. Yes, I'll teach you what I can, when you're ready for specific spells. The discovery of the grimoire sparked a new direction in their magical education. While continuing their regular lessons, Marlene began incorporating elements of McKinnon family magic, starting with the fundamental theories and building toward practical applications appropriate for their age and skill level. One evening in late August, while the children were preparing for bed, Sirius found Marlene in the library, poring over the grimoire by lamplight. Find anything useful? He asked, settling beside her. More than I expected, she replied, not looking up from the ancient text. There are protection spells here that might help us against Bellatrix and the others. Defensive magic that isn't taught at Hogwarts or the Auror Academy. That would be useful, Sirius agreed. Especially with Bellatrix still at large. Marlene finally looked up, her expression troubled. Sirius, there's something else. Something my family knew that I didn't. What is it? She turned the grimoire toward him, indicating a section written in a different hand than the surrounding pages. This was added by my great-grandmother. It refers to ancient sites of magical power throughout Britain, stone circles, burial mounds, sacred groves. Places where the boundary between our world and something else is thinner. Something else? Sirius repeated, frowning. Other realms, deeper magic, however you want to describe it, Marlene explained. The text is somewhat cryptic, but it warns about these places being vulnerable to corruption by dark magic. Sirius's frown deepened as he recalled Remus's report about unusual magical activity at ancient sites. You think that's connected to what Dumbledore's been investigating? The disturbances Moody reported? I think it might be, Marlene said grimly. And there's more. The grimoire mentions rituals that can draw power from these sites. Power that could potentially restore someone who's not fully dead. The implication hung heavy between them. Voldemort, not dead but diminished, as Dumbledore had always maintained. The possibility of his followers finding a way to restore him using ancient, forgotten magic. We need to tell Dumbledore, Sirius decided. This could be what he's been searching for. Marlene nodded in agreement. I'll write to him tonight. But Sirius. She hesitated. If this is true, if they're attempting these rituals, it means the danger to Harry is greater than we thought. And more immediate. Then we accelerate his training, Sirius said firmly. Hermione's too. And Neville's, when he's here. They need to be prepared. They're children, Marlene reminded him, though her tone suggested she already agreed with his assessment. Children who've been targeted since before they could talk, Sirius countered. We've always known this time might come. Now we prepare for it, properly. The decision made, they expanded the children's education beyond the basics they'd been teaching. The grimoire provided a foundation for more advanced protective magic, while Sirius's aura training offered practical defensive techniques. Remus contributed his extensive knowledge of dark creatures and counter curses. September brought Hermione's 10th birthday, celebrated with similar security precautions to Harry's. Her parents, now fully integrated into the extended magical family they'd created, presented her with a beautiful set of reference books on advanced magical theory, acquired with Remus's help from a specialized bookshop in magical Paris. For when you're ready for more challenging material, Emma explained, smiling at her daughter's delight. Which will probably be next week, knowing Hermione, Daniel added with affectionate pride. Marlene's gift was more personal, a silver pendant bearing the McKinnon family crest, sized for a child but with room for expansion charms as she grew. This isn't just jewelry, Marlene explained as she fastened it around Hermione's neck. It's connected to the protective magic in the grimoire. A McKinnon tradition for family members. It warns against danger and can help locate you if you're ever in trouble. Hermione touched the pendant reverently. But I'm not a McKinnon by blood. You are in every way that matters, Marlene said firmly. The pendant accepted you, which means the family magic recognizes you as one of us. The significance of this wasn't lost on anyone present. In traditional pureblood circles, family magic was jealously guarded, passed only to blood relatives. Marlene's gift represented not just protection but acceptance at the deepest magical level. Harry received a similar pendant for his birthday belatedly, and to everyone's surprise, Marlene presented one to Neville during his next visit as well. My grandmother would have welcomed you all, she told the three children as they compared their matching pendants. She believed magic grows stronger when shared with worthy recipients, not hoarded behind blood barriers. As autumn arrived, bringing cooler winds to their coastal home, their expanded educational program took full effect. Mornings remained dedicated to traditional subjects, both magical and muggle, while afternoons now focused more intensively on practical defensive magic. Under Sirius and Marlene's guidance, the children learned to identify dangerous magical signatures, to recognize the preliminary movements of common attack spells, and to react appropriately in threatening situations. Using their training wands, they practiced defensive maneuvers and escape techniques. Remember, Sirius instructed during one such session in early October. Your first priority is always safety, not confrontation. If real danger approaches, you use your emergency port keys immediately. But what if we can't? Harry asked, thinking of the festival attack where Bellatrix had appeared so suddenly. Then you create distance, Marlene explained. Shield charms if possible, but primarily movement. A moving target is harder to hit. And you work together, Remus added, demonstrating with Sirius how coordinated movement could confuse an attacker. Supporting each other is your greatest strength. They practiced these techniques repeatedly until the movements became second nature. Harry's natural agility made him quick on his feet, while Hermione's precise spell work created the most reliable shields. Neville, on his training days, proved surprisingly effective at creating diversions, his connection to plants allowing him to animate nearby vegetation in startling ways that would distract an opponent. Well done! Marlene praised after a particularly successful practice session where the three children had effectively evaded and counter-maneuvered against Sirius playing the role of attacker. You're working together beautifully. Harry still rushes in too quickly. Hermione critiqued, ever the perfectionist. And you still overthink before moving. Harry countered good-naturedly. But that's why we balance each other. I'm just glad I didn't trip over my own feet this time. Neville added with a self-deprecating smile. Your plant animation was brilliant. Harry told him sincerely. I've never seen Sirius look so surprised as when that vine grabbed his ankle. Neville blushed at the praise but stood a little straighter. The months of training had changed him noticeably. He remained somewhat shy, but his confidence in his magical abilities had grown significantly. Augusta had commented on the transformation during her last visit, her stern expression softening with pride as she watched her grandson successfully cast spells that had previously eluded him. October brought unexpected news from an unlikely source. Percy Weasley, a Hogwarts student whose father Arthur worked at the Ministry, sent a letter to Remus warning that Ministry officials were planning an educational inspection of Harry's home situation. Arthur overheard Lucius Malfoy discussing it with Fudge. Percy's letter explained. As a prefect concerned with proper educational standards, I felt obligated to provide advance notice of this potentially disruptive evaluation. Percy always was pompous, Remus remarked after reading the letter aloud. But his information is reliable. Arthur wouldn't have shared this with him if he wasn't certain. How long do we have? Sirius asked. The inspection is scheduled for next week, Remus replied. Led by Dolores Umbridge from the minister's office. Marlene's expression darkened. Umbridge is trouble. She's pushed anti-werewolf legislation for years, and she's firmly in Malfoy's political camp. Then we prepare, Sirius decided. The children's education is impeccable. We'll make sure that's abundantly clear. The days leading up to the inspection were busy with preparation. While maintaining that their methods were sound, they adjusted their schedule to emphasize traditional educational elements that the Ministry would recognize. The practice room was temporarily converted to a more conventional classroom setting, and potentially controversial books, including the grimoire, were secured in Marlene's private study. The children were briefed on what to expect and how to respond to questions. Be polite but not overly talkative, Sirius advised. Answer what's asked, nothing more. And if they ask about advanced magic? Hermione questioned, always thinking ahead. You're interested in theory but practice only age-appropriate spells under supervision, Marlene instructed. Which is essentially true. Harry found the preparation somewhat amusing. It's like we're creating a fake version of our life. Not fake, Remus corrected gently. Just selectively presented. The Ministry doesn't need to know everything about your education. Particularly the parts inspired by an ancient family grimoire. Sirius added with a wink. When the day of inspection arrived, they were ready. Hermione joined them specially, her parents having agreed it was important for the Ministry to see their integrated educational approach. Neville, however, stayed away. Augusta had decided it was politically prudent to maintain some distance from the inspection. Dolores Umbridge arrived precisely on schedule, accompanied by 2 Ministry officials from the Department of Magical Education. Her appearance was deceptively girlish, pink cardigan, black bow in her hair, but her eyes were cold and calculating as she surveyed the cottage. Mr. Black, Ms. McKinnon. She greeted with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. How kind of you to welcome us into your charming little home. We're always happy to demonstrate our commitment to Harry's education, Marlene replied smoothly. And Hermione's, when she's with us. Ah yes, the muggle-born child. How progressive of you, Umbridge said with a titter that set Harry's teeth on edge. Well, shall we proceed? We have a standard evaluation protocol to follow. The inspection that followed was thorough and clearly designed to find fault. Umbridge and her colleagues reviewed their curriculum, observed a demonstration lesson, and interviewed both children separately. Throughout, her manner remained falsely sweet while her questions grew increasingly pointed. And you feel adequately prepared for Hogwarts, Mr. Potter? she asked during Harry's interview. Without the benefit of association with other proper wizarding families? I have regular interaction with several wizarding households, Harry replied carefully. And my godfather and MS. McKinnon ensure I understand wizarding traditions along with magical education. Yes. Umbridge made a note on her clipboard. And these defensive magic lessons I see on your schedule. Rather advanced for a child your age, wouldn't you say? Harry maintained a neutral expression. They're mostly theory, madam. And basic protection skills that any wizard should know. Protection from what, exactly? The wizarding world is at peace, after all. Harry thought of Bellatrix's wild eyes, of the spells flying at the festival, but kept his face composed. General safety, ma'am. Like learning to swim before going in the ocean. Umbridge seemed disappointed by his measured responses, though she tried several more leading questions before concluding his interview. Hermione's session apparently proved equally frustrating for the inspector. When they rejoined the adults, Umbridge's smile had taken on a distinctly forced quality. Well, she said, reviewing her notes, your academic program appears adequate, though somewhat unorthodox. I am concerned about the limited socialization with proper wizarding children, and the emphasis on defensive magic seems unnecessary in these peaceful times. We believe in comprehensive education, Sirius replied evenly. And as for socialization, Harry and Hermione interact regularly with wizarding families we trust, including those with children their age. Nevertheless, Umbridge continued as if he hadn't spoken. The Ministry may wish to implement certain adjustments to your program. Perhaps regular visits from an approved educational advisor. Marlene stepped forward slightly. We've submitted annual assessments to Hogwarts since the children were 7, as is traditional for home-educated magical children. Professor McGonagall has consistently rated their progress as exceptional. Hogwarts assessments are helpful, of course, Umbridge said dismissively, but the Ministry has ultimate authority over magical education. Actually, Remus interjected mildly. According to Educational Decree No. 142, issued in 1703 and never repealed, magical guardians have primary authority over pre-Hogwarts education, with the school providing assessment and the Ministry serving only an advisory role. Umbridge's eyes narrowed at Remus. And you are? Remus Lupin. Educational consultant and tutor. Lupin, she repeated, recognition dawning unpleasantly on her face. The werewolf. An uncomfortable silence fell. Harry felt a surge of protective anger on Remus's behalf, but a warning glance from Sirius kept him quiet. Mr. Lupin provides excellent academic instruction, Marlene said coolly. His condition is irrelevant to his teaching abilities. I rather think that's for the Ministry to decide, Umbridge replied with false sweetness. Allowing a dangerous creature access to the boy who lived raises significant safety concerns. The only dangerous creatures Harry has encountered, Sirius said, his voice deceptively calm, have been fully human Death Eaters who somehow escaped Azkaban. Curious how that happened, isn't it? Umbridge flushed an ugly shade of pink. Mr. Black, I would caution you against making inflammatory statements. Just an observation, Sirius replied innocently. Now, if you've completed your inspection, we have lessons to resume. Recognizing she would gain no further advantage, Umbridge gathered her notes and signaled her colleagues. You'll receive our official report within the week. I expect there will be recommendations for improvement. We welcome constructive feedback, Marlene said diplomatically, though her eyes remained cold. After the Ministry officials departed, a collective sigh of relief filled the cottage. That was horrid, Hermione declared, dropping her perfect posture the moment the door closed. You both did brilliantly, Sirius praised, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. Perfect little diplomats. She was awful to Remus, Harry said angrily. And she kept asking weird questions about how I feel about dark wizards. Fishing for anything she could use, Marlene confirmed grimly. Trying to determine if we're teaching you to fear pure-blood traditions or resent the Ministry. What happens now? Hermione asked. They'll send recommendations that we'll politely acknowledge and then largely ignore, Sirius said. They have limited enforcement authority over home education. But they'll be watching more closely, Remus warned. Today was as much about establishing a pretext for future intervention as it was about actual inspection. Then we become even more careful, Marlene decided. We continue the children's training, but we ensure the ministry sees only what we want them to see. The inspection report arrived as predicted, containing concerns about socialization and recommendations for a more standardized curriculum. It also included a thinly veiled warning about appropriate instructors that clearly targeted Remus's involvement. Bigoted toad, Sirius muttered after reading it. As if Remus isn't twice the teacher she could ever be. It's actually better than I expected, Marlene noted. They found no substantive educational issues to criticize. Just procedural nitpicking. So we respond politely and continue as planned? Remus asked. With appropriate caution, Sirius agreed. And we accelerate the advanced training when the children are ready. The grimoire's protective magic in particular. October faded into November, bringing storms that lashed their coastal home and kept outdoor activities limited. The children made the most of this indoor time, advancing their studies in both traditional and more specialized areas. Marlene began teaching them the fundamental principles behind the McKinnon family magic, not yet the specific spells, which required more magical development, but the theoretical framework that would eventually enable them to perform them. Our magic focuses on the connection between intent, emotion, and outcome, she explained one rainy afternoon in the practice room. Unlike standard spellwork, which emphasizes precise wand movements and incantations, family magic draws more deeply on the caster's innermost nature. Is that why Harry could produce a shield charm during the attack? Hermione asked. Because his intent and emotion were so strong? Exactly, Marlene confirmed. What you did instinctively, Harry, is the foundation of how McKinnon protective magic works, though our family spells channel that connection more efficiently, requiring less emotional extremity to activate. The children absorbed these lessons eagerly, recognizing their practical importance beyond academic interest. Even Neville, during his training days, showed aptitude for the conceptual framework, particularly when applied to plant-based protections. The grimoire mentions botanical wardstones, Marlene told him after a particularly successful practice session. Plants infused with protective magic that create barriers against intruders. That might align well with your natural talents. Neville's face lit up at the suggestion. Could I really learn that? With practice, absolutely, Marlene assured him. The McKinnon magic recognizes you, as your pendant proves. The techniques are yours to learn if you wish. As November drew to a close, another unexpected discovery occurred. While helping Sirius reorganize the cottage's attic storage, Harry came across a dusty wooden box with the Potter family crest emblazoned on its lid. Sirius! He called excitedly. Look at this! Sirius crossed the attic, his expression changing to one of surprise when he saw the box. Where did you find that? Behind those old trunks. Harry pointed. Is it from my parents? It must be, Sirius said, carefully examining the box. Your father gave me some things to keep safe during the war. This must have been among them. Together they brought the box downstairs, calling Marlene and Hermione to join them. The box was sealed with a simple charm that responded to Harry's touch, recognizing him as a Potter by blood. Inside, they found a collection of family treasures, photographs of James and Lily that Harry had never seen before, letters they had written to each other during their early relationship, a small velvet pouch containing the Potter family's signet ring, and most intriguingly, a leather-bound journal with James Potter's name embossed on the cover. Your father's research journal, Sirius explained, his voice thick with emotion. He was working on advanced transfiguration techniques before they went into hiding. Harry opened the journal reverently, finding pages filled with his father's handwriting, notes on spell development, diagrams of wand movements, theoretical calculations. Though much of it was beyond his current understanding, the connection to his father made it invaluable. He was brilliant at transfiguration, Sirius said proudly. Youngest animagus in a century, though that was illegal so it doesn't appear in any records. Could I learn this someday? Harry asked, tracing his finger over a particularly complex diagram. When you're older, Sirius promised. It's advanced magic, but with your heritage, I've no doubt you have the aptitude. The discovery of the Potter box added a new dimension to Harry's education. While the McKinnon grimoire provided foundations for protective and healing magic, James Potter's notes offered insights into transfiguration and magical innovation. Between these resources and their regular studies, the children's magical education was becoming truly exceptional, far beyond standard pre-Hogwarts preparation. As December arrived, bringing holiday preparations and a lightening of their intensive schedule, Marlene received a response from Dumbledore regarding the grimoire's information about ancient magical sites. His letter, characteristically brief but pointed, confirmed her suspicions. Alastair has observed ritual activity at 3 locations mentioned in your family records, he wrote. Your insights provide valuable context for these observations. I would welcome an opportunity to examine the relevant passages when security considerations permit. So I was right, Marlene said gravely after sharing the letter with Sirius and Remus. Someone is attempting to use these sites for dark purposes. Bellatrix and the other escaped Death Eaters? Sirius suggested. Possibly, Remus said. Or others still hiding in plain sight, like Malfoy. Either way, it confirms the danger isn't just to Harry personally, but potentially to the wider wizarding world, Marlene concluded. If they're attempting to restore Voldemort using ancient magic. The implications hung heavily in the room. After a moment, Sirius squared his shoulders with familiar determination. Then we continue as planned. We prepare the children as best we can while protecting their childhood. We work with Dumbledore and the remaining Order members to counter these threats. And we remain vigilant. Always vigilant. Remus agreed with a small smile, echoing Moody's famous mantra. That evening, as snow began falling softly outside the cottage windows, the extended family they'd created gathered in the living room. Harry and Hermione were teaching Neville, who was staying overnight for the first time, how to play a Muggle board game, their laughter filling the room as Neville's player piece took an unexpected route across the board. The Grangers sat nearby, Emma knitting while Daniel read aloud from a collection of wizarding folk tales that Remus had recommended. Sirius and Marlene observed from the kitchen doorway, cups of mulled wine in hand. Look at them, Marlene said softly. Despite everything, the danger, the loss, the uncertainty, they're happy. That's our greatest achievement, Sirius replied. Not the magic we've taught them or the protection we've provided, but this, creating a home where they can be children, even knowing what lies ahead. As if sensing their gaze, Harry looked up from the game and smiled at them, James's smile on Lily's eyes, bright with mischief and affection. Beside him, Hermione was animatedly explaining a rule to Neville, her McKinnon pendant glinting in the firelight, while Neville listened with newfound confidence. They had created something remarkable here, Sirius reflected. Not just a safe haven, but a true family, one bound not by blood alone but by choice, by shared purpose, and by love. Whatever challenges lay ahead, that foundation would remain their greatest strength. And as the year drew to a close, with ancient threats stirring and new challenges emerging, that strength would prove more vital than ever. Chapter 3. Hogwarts bound. Harry's heart nearly stopped when he spotted the distinctive wax seal on the parchment envelope. It sat innocently on the breakfast table between his toast and orange juice, but it might as well have been glowing. The Hogwarts crest, lion, eagle, badger, and snake surrounding the letter H, stared back at him. It's here, he whispered, reaching for the envelope with fingers that suddenly felt clumsy. Across the table, Sirius grinned over his coffee mug. Were you worried it wouldn't come? After all those accidental shield charms? Of course not, Harry said automatically, though they both knew he'd been checking the post anxiously for weeks. Marlene entered from the kitchen, carrying a plate of scrambled eggs. Is that what I think it is? Harry nodded, still staring at the envelope addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the Blue Bedroom, Cliff Cottage, Pembrokeshire, Coast, Wales. Well, open it, Marlene urged, setting down the eggs and taking a seat. With a deep breath, Harry broke the seal and unfolded the heavy parchment inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed. Of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Brilliant! Harry exclaimed, his face breaking into a wide grin. He quickly scanned the accompanying list of required books, robes, equipment, and other items. Hermione's going to be unbearable when her letter arrives. Sirius laughed. I bet she'll have memorized the book list before dinner. As if on cue, a silver otter Patronus bounded through the wall and spoke in Emma Granger's voice. Hermione's letter just arrived. She's practically vibrating with excitement. Can we come over? Marlene sent back her falcon Patronus with a welcoming reply, and less than 30 minutes later, the Grangers' car pulled up outside the cottage. Hermione didn't even wait for her father to fully stop before jumping out, her own letter clutched tightly in her hand. Harry! We're going to Hogwarts! She shrieked, rushing through the door and tackling him with a hug that nearly knocked him off his feet. I know! He laughed, hugging her back just as fiercely. Did you see the book list? There's so much to get. I've already made a shopping plan, Hermione said seriously, pulling a neatly organized list from her pocket. I've categorized everything by priority and location in Diagon Alley based on the map Remus drew for us last year. The adults exchanged amused glances as the children spread their letters on the table, comparing notes and making plans. Emma's eyes looked suspiciously bright as she watched her daughter. Hard to believe this day is finally here, she said softly to Marlene. We've known it was coming for 8 years, but somehow it still feels sudden, Marlene finished, understanding completely. They've grown up so fast. Daniel Granger cleared his throat. So, when do we tackle this shopping list? I imagine wizarding school supplies aren't something we can pick up at the local Tesco. Diagon Alley, Sirius confirmed. We should go soon, it gets maddeningly crowded in August. How about this weekend? Perfect, Emma agreed. We've arranged to close the practice Friday through Monday. This seems like an appropriate use of our long weekend. While the adults discussed logistics, Harry and Hermione huddled over their letters, talking rapidly. Do you think we'll be in the same house? Hermione asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Hope so, Harry replied. Though Sirius says it doesn't matter that much. The houses mix more than they used to during lessons. I've been reading about the sorting process, Hermione said. Hogwarts, a history says the sorting hat takes your preferences into account. That's good. Harry nodded. Because I'm definitely telling it to put us together. Hermione beamed at him. Me too. Later that day, 2 more owls arrived, one for Neville, confirming that he too had received his Hogwarts letter, and another from Ron Weasley, whom they'd met briefly through Remus's connection to Arthur Weasley. Ron wants to meet us in Diagon Alley on Saturday, Harry reported after reading the note. His brothers Fred and George want to show us Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop. Of course they do, Marlene said dryly. As if Sirius hasn't already corrupted you enough with Zonko's products. It's educational, Sirius protested with mock innocence. Creative problem-solving and all that. The excitement built throughout the week. Harry and Hermione spent hours discussing what Hogwarts might be like, comparing notes from their extensive reading and the stories Sirius, Marlene, and Remus had shared over the years. I wonder if the moving staircases are controlled by enchantments, or if they have some form of magical sentience. Hermione mused while they were supposed to be practicing their summer potions assignment. I'm more interested in the secret passages, Harry replied. Sirius says they found at least 7 during their time there. We should map them, Hermione suggested, her eyes lighting up. Create our own updated version of their Marauders map. Brilliant idea, Harry grinned. We'll start as soon as we arrive. Saturday morning dawned bright and clear, perfect weather for their shopping expedition. Security remained a concern, especially in such a public place as Diagon Alley, so they had planned carefully. Remus would accompany them, along with Sirius and Marlene, while the Grangers followed under discreet protection charms that would make them less noticeable to anyone with ill intent. Remember, Sirius reminded them as they prepared to float to the leaky cauldron. Stay together, keep your emergency port keys accessible, and if anything feels wrong, get to a secure location and activate them immediately. Harry and Hermione finished in unison, having heard these instructions countless times. We know, Sirius, Harry added. We'll be careful. I know you will, pup, Sirius said, ruffling his hair affectionately. Just humor your overprotective godfather. They traveled through the Flynn network without incident, emerging into the leaky cauldron's bustling main room. The pub was crowded with families on similar shopping missions, many with excited 11-year-olds in tow. Tom the barkeeper spotted them immediately. Mr. Black! Ms. McKinnon! And this must be young Harry and Miss Granger. Welcome, welcome. Several heads turned at Harry's name, and the buzz of conversation dimmed momentarily before resuming with increased intensity. Harry felt the weight of curious stares and unconsciously touched his fringe, making sure it covered his scar. Sirius stepped slightly in front of Harry, his casual stance belied by the alertness in his eyes. Morning, Tom. Just passing through today. They moved quickly through the pub to the small walled courtyard beyond. Marlene tapped the appropriate brick with her wand, and the wall rearranged itself into an archway revealing the winding cobbled street of Diagon Alley. Harry had been here twice before, once when he was 8 and again at 9, but the magical shopping district never failed to amaze him. Colorful storefronts lined both sides of the street, displaying everything from cauldrons and telescopes to racing brooms and owl cages. Witches and wizards in robes of every color bustled about, shopping bags floating behind them or carried by harried house elves. Where to first? Remus asked, consulting Hermione's meticulously planned itinerary. Gringotts, she replied promptly. We need to exchange Muggle money for my supplies, and Harry needs to access his vault. The imposing white marble building dominated the far end of the alley. As they approached, Harry noticed Hermione's parents looking slightly overwhelmed but fascinated by the sights around them. The goblins can be rather intimidating, Marlene warned Emma and Daniel quietly. Just be polite, direct, and don't stare too much. Inside Gringotts, they split up, Sirius accompanying Harry to the Potter vault, while Marlene helped the Grangers with currency exchange. Remus remained in the lobby, his heightened werewolf senses alert for any potential threats. The cart ride to Harry's vault was exhilarating as always, plunging deep beneath London at breakneck speed. The goblin driver, Grip Hook, seemed unimpressed by Harry's whoops of delight at particularly sharp turns. You've got your father's love of speed, Sirius commented as they finally screeched to a halt. He was the same way with these carts. Harry's vault contained more gold than he could ever spend, the accumulated wealth of generations of Potters. Though Sirius and Marlene had explained the extent of his inheritance years ago, it still felt surreal to see the piles of galleons, sickles, and nuts glinting in the lantern light. Remember, this is just your trust vault, Sirius reminded him as Harry filled a pouch with coins. The main family vault will be accessible when you're 17. I know, Harry nodded, adding a few extra galleons for potential unexpected purchases. It's still weird to think about. Back in the lobby, they reunited with the others and ventured into the sunny street. The alley had grown even more crowded during their time in the bank, with families jostling each other as they moved between shops. Let's start with Madame Malkin's, Hermione suggested, consulting her list. Robes might take time for fitting, and she can work on them while we shop for other things. It was a sensible plan, and they made their way to the robe shop, weaving through the crowds. Inside Madame Malkin's shop, several other first-years were already being fitted on small stools. "Hogwarts, dears?" Madame Malkin asked, bustling over to them. "Got the lot here. Another young man being fitted up just now, in fact." She directed Harry to a stool next to a pale, pointed-faced boy with white blonde hair. Hermione was led to a fitting area on the other side of the shop. "Hello," the boy said as Harry stepped onto the stool. "Hogwarts too?" "Yes," Harry replied politely, though something about the boy's drawling voice set him on edge. "Father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands," the boy continued. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first-years can't have their own. I think I'll bully Father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes. The boy reminded him uncomfortably of the pure-blood elitist Sirius had warned him about. "Have you got your own broom?" the boy went on. "Yes," Harry said briefly, not elaborating on the custom training model Sirius had given him for his last birthday. "Play Quidditch at all?" "When I can," Harry said, wishing Madame Malkin would hurry with his measurements. "I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree." "Know what house you'll be in yet?" "No one knows until they get there," Harry replied, recalling Remus's exact words on the subject. The boy sneered slightly. "Well, no one really knows until they're sorted, but I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" Before Harry could answer, the shop door opened, and a tall man with the same white blonde hair entered, his cold gray eyes sweeping the shop before landing on Harry with a flash of recognition. "Ah, Draco, making friends already?" the man asked, his voice smooth and cultured. "Just talking about Hogwarts, Father," the boy Draco replied. "Indeed." The man approached, his gaze fixed on Harry's forehead. "And you must be Harry Potter. My son mentioned a boy matching your description was being fitted alongside him." Harry met the man's gaze steadily, years of Sirius and Marlene's training helping him maintain his composure. "Yes, sir." "Lucius Malfoy." The man introduced himself with a slight incline of his head. "I've had dealings with your godfather over the years." From his tone, these dealings had not been pleasant. Harry recalled Sirius's many references to that snake Malfoy and his suspected Death Eater activities. "Nice to meet you," Harry said neutrally, grateful when Sirius appeared at his side, alerted by the shop assistant. "Malfoy," Sirius acknowledged coolly. "Indoctrinating your son early, I see." "Black," Lucius returned with equal frost. "Merely introducing ourselves to young Mr. Potter. Come, Draco, your robes can be finished later. Your mother is waiting." With a last calculating look at Harry, Lucius guided his son from the shop, Draco glancing back curiously over his shoulder. "Well," Sirius said once they'd gone, "that was Lucius Malfoy and his son, the family I've warned you about. Death Eater who claimed Imperius after the war, now has half the ministry in his pocket." "I could tell," Harry said quietly. "He gave me the creeps." Hermione joined them, her own measurements complete. "Who was that man with the cane? He looked at me like I was something unpleasant he'd stepped in." "Lucius Malfoy," Harry explained. "Pure-blood extremist, according to Sirius. The kind who thinks Muggleborns shouldn't be at Hogwarts," Hermione surmised, her expression hardening slightly. "I've read about families like that." They finished their robe fittings and arranged to return later for the completed garments. Next came flourish and blots for textbooks, where Hermione nearly had to be physically restrained from buying the entire store. "But Harry, look! They have the complete series on experimental charm theory," she pleaded as Marlene gently guided her toward the required textbooks. "We'll come back for extra reading material after we've got the essentials," Marlene promised, sharing an amused look with Emma. They were examining Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 when a familiar voice called out, "Harry! Hermione!" Neville Longbottom approached, accompanied by his formidable grandmother. Over the past 3 years, their friendship with Neville had deepened considerably, and his confidence had grown with each training session at the cottage. Though still somewhat shy in new situations, among friends he was thoughtful, loyal, and surprisingly determined. "Neville!" Hermione exclaimed, hugging him warmly. "You're shopping today too? Gran wanted to come early, beat the rush," Neville explained, gesturing to the already crowded bookshop. "Though I'm not sure that worked out." Augusta Longbottom greeted them with her customary dignity. "Mr. Black, Ms. McKinnon. Quite the crowd today. I see Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are prepared as always." Indeed, Hermione already had a stack of books balanced precariously in her arms, while Harry was consulting his list to ensure they hadn't missed anything. "We've been looking forward to this day for years," Sirius said with a proud smile at Harry. "Though I still can't quite believe they're old enough for Hogwarts already. Time passes remarkably quickly." Augusta agreed, a rare softness crossing her stern features as she glanced at Neville. "I find myself unprepared for how emotional this milestone has proven to be." It was perhaps the most personal statement they'd ever heard from the formidable witch, and Marlene responded with gentle understanding. "They grow up whether we're ready or not. But they do us proud along the way." Their shopping continued with renewed enthusiasm after meeting Neville. They collected cauldrons, crystal phials, telescopes, and brass scales from various shops, their purchases shrunk and lightweight thanks to Remus's clever charm work. The Grangers watched in fascination as seemingly enormous telescopes were reduced to pocket size with a flick of a wand. "I'll never get used to that," Daniel murmured, shaking his head in wonder. "Just wait until you see extension charms on trunks," Remus told him with a smile. "Entire libraries in a suitcase." As lunchtime approached, they arranged to meet the Weasleys at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The red-headed family was easy to spot, clustered around several pushed-together tables outside the shop. "Harry! Hermione!" Ron Weasley called, waving enthusiastically. Though they didn't know Ron as well as Neville, they'd met several times at ministry functions where Arthur Weasley had introduced his large family. Introductions were made all around, with Molly Weasley fussing over Harry in particular. "So thin!" she clucked, pushing an extra sundae toward him. "Growing boys need proper feeding." Fred and George, the 13-year-old twins, immediately engaged Harry in an animated discussion about Hogwarts pranking opportunities, while Percy, recently named prefect, attempted to counter with stern warnings about rule following. "You'll want to be careful with those two," Sirius murmured to Marlene, nodding toward the twins. "They remind me a bit too much of James and me at that age." "Merlin help Hogwarts," Marlene replied with a laugh. Ginny, the youngest Weasley at 10, watched Harry with undisguised curiosity, blushing furiously whenever he glanced her way. Hermione, noticing this, tactfully drew the younger girl into conversation about what it was like growing up in a magical household. "It's chaotic," Ginny admitted, becoming more animated once her attention shifted from Harry. "But brilliant too. There's always something happening, explosions from the twins' room, Dad bringing home weird Muggle stuff to take apart." "That sounds wonderful," Hermione said sincerely. "I always wished for siblings." "You can have some of mine," Ginny offered with a grin. "I've got plenty to spare." As they finished their ice cream, Arthur Weasley pulled Sirius aside for a quiet conversation. Harry, noticing the serious expressions, subtly edged closer. "Rumors of unusual activity," Arthur was saying in a low voice. "Magical disturbances at ancient sites, just as Dumbledore warned. The department's trying to keep it quiet, but 3 Muggles have already witnessed something at Stonehenge." "Memory charms?" Sirius asked. Arthur nodded grimly. "Standard procedure, unfortunately. But it's escalating, Sirius. Whatever they're planning, it's accelerating." Before Harry could hear more, Hermione appeared at his side. "Eavesdropping?" she whispered. "Reconnaissance," he corrected with a small smile. "Something's happening with those ancient sites Marlene's grimoire mentioned." Hermione's expression grew serious. "Do you think it's connected to—" She trailed off, not needing to specify Voldemort's name. "Has to be," Harry replied quietly. "But we'll talk later." Too many years here. Their next stop was Ollivander's, the highlight of their shopping expedition. Though Harry and Hermione had been using training wands for years, receiving their own proper wands was a rite of passage they'd long anticipated. The narrow, shabby shop appeared empty when they entered, but dust motes danced in the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. Harry felt a strange tingling in his fingers, as if the magic in the room was calling to him. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, making them all jump. An old man with wide, pale eyes stood before them, having appeared silently from between the shelves. "Hello," Harry said awkwardly. "Ah, yes," the man said. Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." It wasn't a question. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry, his silvery eyes fixed on the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. "And that's where. I'm sorry to say I sold the one that did it," he said softly. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He shook his head and, to Harry's relief, turned his attention to the others. Sirius black. Oak, 12 inches, quite rigid. Good for transfiguration. That's right, Sirius confirmed with a small smile. Still serves me well. And Marlene McKinnon. Rowan wood, 11 inches with a unicorn hair core. Excellent for healing magic. Marlene nodded, impressed by his recall. Ollivander turned to Hermione. "And you must be Miss Granger. I don't recall selling wands to your parents?" "They're muggles," Hermione explained, lifting her chin slightly. "Fascinating," Ollivander murmured, not unkindly. "Well, let's find your wand first, shall we? Or rather, let the wand find you." The wand selection process proved longer than anticipated. Hermione tried nearly 20 wands before finding her match, a 10¾ inch fine wood wand with a dragon heartstring core. When she finally grasped it, golden sparks shot from the end, illuminating her delighted face. "Oh," she gasped. "It feels so different from the training wands." "Indeed." Ollivander nodded approvingly. Vinewood is sensitive and responds exceptionally well to those with vision and purpose. The dragon heartstring produces powerful magic. A wand for a witch of great potential. Harry's process proved even more complicated. Wand after wand was thrust into his hand, only to be snatched away almost immediately. Far from being discouraged, Ollivander seemed to grow more excited with each failure. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." Finally, after what seemed like dozens of attempts, Ollivander handed Harry a holly wand with a phoenix feather core. The moment his fingers closed around it, Harry felt a sudden warmth spread through his arm. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of red and gold sparks like a firework. Sirius and Marlene applauded, but Ollivander's reaction was more subdued. "Curious, very curious." "Sorry," Harry said. "But what's curious?" Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave just one other feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed hard. "Voldemort's wand? We do not speak his name," Ollivander whispered. "But yes. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." A heavy silence fell over the shop. Sirius placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder, while Hermione moved closer to his side. "Well," Emma Granger said brightly, breaking the tension. "That's quite something, isn't it? 2 perfectly matched wands for 2 exceptional young people." Ollivander seemed to shake himself from his reverie. "Yes, indeed. That will be 7 galleons each for the wands. As they left the shop, Harry felt both exhilarated by his new wand and unsettled by its connection to Voldemort. Sensing his disquiet, Sirius drew him aside while the others window-shopped at quality Quidditch supplies. "Don't let it bother you, pup," he said quietly. "A wand is just a tool. It's the wizard who determines what magic it performs." "But what does it mean that our wands are connected?" Harry asked. "It means you have power equal to his," Sirius replied simply. "Which we already knew. What matters is how you choose to use it." Harry nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. "Right. Choice, not circumstance." "Exactly." Sirius smiled. "Now, I believe there was mention of a pet as a special Hogwarts gift? The letter does say you can bring an owl, cat, or toad." Harry's mood immediately brightened. "Can we go to the magical menagerie now?" The pet shop was their final stop of the day. Crowded and noisy, it contained creatures of every description: jewel-encrusted tortoises, poisonous orange snails, cats of every color, ravens, puffskeins, and many more exotic animals Harry couldn't identify. Hermione was immediately drawn to a large ginger cat with a squashed face and bandy legs that watched her with intelligent yellow eyes. "He's been here for ages," the witch behind the counter told her. "No one wants him because he's a bit particular about who he likes." "He's perfect," Hermione declared as the cat pushed its head against her hand, purring loudly. "I'll call him Crookshanks." Harry was less certain about his choice until they visited Elop's Owl Emporium next door. There, among the softly hooting owls, he spotted a beautiful snowy owl watching him with amber eyes. "She's gorgeous," he breathed, approaching her cage carefully. The owl seemed to assess him for a moment before giving an approving hoot and extending her wings slightly in greeting. "She's yours?" Sirius decided, seeing the immediate connection between boy and bird. A proper familiar for a wizard starting school. Harry named her Hedwig, after a famous which he'd read about in a history of magic. The snowy owl seemed to approve of the dignified name, nipping his finger affectionately when he told her. Their shopping complete, they made one final stop at Madame Malkin's to collect their finished robes before heading back to the Leaky Cauldron. They had just turned down a side street when a commotion erupted ahead: shouts, a flash of light, and screams. "Get back!" Sirius ordered, pushing Harry behind him and drawing his wand in one fluid motion. Marlene and Remus did the same, forming a protective circle around the children and the Grangers. From around the corner stumbled a wizard clutching his bleeding arm, his face pale with shock. "Death Eaters!" he gasped as Marlene caught him. "Attacking Fortescue's!" Harry's heart lurched. The Weasleys had mentioned stopping there again before heading home. "Marlene, get them out," Sirius commanded, already moving toward the commotion. "Emergency port key, now!" "I'm coming with you," Remus said, following Sirius. "No," Marlene countered firmly. "We need you with us. Too many to protect otherwise." For a second it seemed Remus would argue, but another scream decided him. With a nod, he rejoined their group as Marlene activated the emergency port key, a small silver whistle she wore around her neck. "Everyone touch it," she instructed. "Quickly!" "But the Weasleys," Harry began. "Sirius will help them," Marlene assured him. "Our job is to get you to safety." The familiar hook behind naval sensation of the port key whisked them away, depositing them seconds later in the secure arrival point at Cliff Cottage. Safe but shaken. "What happened back there?" Daniel asked, steadying Emma, who looked slightly ill from the portkey travel. "Who was attacking?" "Death Eaters," Harry said grimly, clutching Hedwig's cage. The owl looked ruffled but calm despite the abrupt journey. "Voldemort's followers. They must have known we were shopping today." "But how?" Hermione wondered, her new cat Crookshanks squirming in her arms. "No one knew our plans except the people we told," Marlene finished, her expression grave. "Which means someone is watching, or listening. Remus, secure the perimeter. I'll contact the Ministry." Harry paced anxiously while they waited for news, his new wand gripped tightly in his hand. Though he knew logically there was nothing he could have done, leaving while others were in danger felt wrong. Sirius will be okay, Hermione said softly, coming to stand beside him. He's a trained Auror. I know, Harry nodded. It's just, we should have stayed to help. And done what exactly? Hermione asked reasonably. We're not fully trained yet. We would have been a liability, not an asset. Harry knew she was right, but it didn't make the waiting easier. Nearly an hour passed before Sirius finally returned, looking tired but uninjured. Everyone's all right, he reported immediately, seeing Harry's worried expression. The Weasleys had already left, thankfully. 2 injuries, no fatalities. The Death Eaters fled when Aurors arrived. Who were they? Marlene asked, handing him a steaming mug of tea laced with something stronger. Masked? Sirius replied grimly. But one had Bellatrix's laugh. They didn't seem to be targeting anyone specific, just creating chaos, sending a message. What message? Emma asked, her arm protectively around Hermione's shoulders. That nowhere is safe, Sirius said bluntly. That they can strike in broad daylight in the heart of Wizarding London. And the timing? Remus pressed. The day Harry gets his wand and school supplies? Unlikely to be coincidence, Sirius admitted. Though whether they were specifically targeting us or just making a statement on a day many wizarding families would be shopping, hard to say. The attack cast a shadow over what should have been a joyous day. Though they had all returned safely with their purchases, the reminder of lingering danger was sobering. That night, as Harry carefully arranged his new school supplies in his room, he found himself examining his wand, brother to Voldemort's, with mixed emotions. You're brooding, Hermione observed from his doorway. I can practically see the storm clouds. Harry smiled despite himself. Just thinking. About wands and Death Eaters and what's waiting for us at Hogwarts. Hermione entered and sat on the edge of his bed, Crookshanks purring in her arms. Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain. Dumbledore's there. Sirius says nowhere's completely safe. Even Hogwarts has its vulnerabilities. True, she acknowledged. But we've been preparing for years. We know more defensive magic than most third years. And we've got each other, Harry added, feeling slightly better. And Neville. And soon Ron and whoever else becomes our friend. Exactly. Hermione nodded firmly. Besides, I've been thinking about what Mr. Ollivander said about your wand. Having the brother wand to his might actually be an advantage someday. How so? Well, I've read that brother wands can't properly duel each other. They connect rather than fight. That could be important if... She trailed off, either of them needing to complete the thought. Harry considered this perspective. You might be right. And anyway, like Sirius said, it's just a tool. It's how we use it that matters. Hermione beamed at him. Precisely. Now I've already organized my trunk. Want help with yours? Harry laughed, his mood lightening. Some things never change, do they? The remaining weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Harry and Hermione devoured their textbooks, practicing wand movements with their new wands, though not actual spells, as underage magic restrictions applied once they had proper wands. Sirius and Marlene increased their practical lessons on navigating Hogwarts, everything from how to handle homesickness to dealing with Peeves the poltergeist. Remember, Sirius advised, the moving staircases have patterns. They're not completely random. Watch them for a few days and you'll start to see the cycles. And the house elves respond well to politeness, Marlene added. If you're ever truly lost or in need, they can be invaluable allies. The night before departure, Harry found himself unable to sleep, too excited and nervous about the journey ahead. He crept downstairs for a glass of water and found Sirius sitting on the porch, gazing out at the moonlit sea. Couldn't sleep either? Sirius asked as Harry joined him. Too much thinking, Harry admitted. About tomorrow. About everything changing. Sirius nodded understanding. Big milestone. Your parents would be bursting with pride, seeing you off to Hogwarts. Do you think they'd be happy with how I turned out? Harry asked, voicing a question that occasionally troubled him. With who I am? Without a doubt, Sirius said firmly. You're brave, loyal, kind, and just mischievous enough to be James Potter's son without giving your professors early heart attacks. Harry grinned at that. I've been thinking about what house I'll be in. And? Everyone expects Gryffindor, because of Mom and Dad. But, Harry hesitated. I don't know if that's where I belong. The house doesn't make the wizard, Harry, Sirius said gently. Your parents would be proud of you regardless of whether you wear red, blue, yellow, or green. Even Slytherin? Harry asked, thinking of Malfoy's drawling voice and Madame Malkin's. Even Slytherin, Sirius confirmed. Though I'd have to work through some personal biases, I admit. He grinned to show he was partly joking. Ambition and cunning aren't inherently negative traits. It's how you use them that matters. Like wands, Harry nodded, recalling their earlier conversation. Exactly like wands, Sirius agreed. Now try to get some sleep. Tomorrow's a big day. Morning arrived with perfect September sunshine. Trunks had been packed and repacked, lists checked and triple-checked, and last-minute items stuffed into already bulging suitcases. The cottage was a flurry of activity as everyone prepared for departure. Has anyone seen my copy of Magical Drafts and Potions? Hermione called frantically. I had it last night. Check under Crookshanks, Harry suggested, struggling to get Hedwig into her travel cage. He was sitting on a book pile in the living room. Sure enough, the ginger cat had made himself comfortable atop Hermione's potions textbook, looking entirely unapologetic when discovered. They had decided to travel to King's Cross by magical means. Sirius and Harry would apparate together, while Marlene would bring Hermione. The Grangers would meet them at the station, having driven up to London the previous evening. Remus, unfortunately, was recovering from the full moon and couldn't join them, but had said his goodbyes the day before. Platform 9 3/4 was already bustling when they arrived, the scarlet Hogwarts Express gleaming in the morning light as steam billowed around the waiting families. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and the occasional toad made a break for freedom as students loaded their belongings onto the train. There are the Grangers. Sirius pointed out Emma and Daniel standing somewhat uncertainly near the magical barrier, looking relieved when they spotted Hermione. And Neville, Harry added, spotting their friend struggling with his trunk while his grandmother supervised with regal dignity. They made their way through the crowd, ignoring the whispers and stares that followed Harry. Though his scar was mostly hidden beneath his fringe, enough people recognized Sirius Black and made the connection to realize who the boy with him must be. Bit overwhelming, isn't it? Daniel Granger commented as they joined up, looking around at the magical chaos of the platform. You get used to it, Marlene assured him. Though I remembered being terrified my first year. So many people, so much noise. I'm not terrified, Hermione declared, though she clutched her mother's hand a bit tighter. Just appropriately cautious. This made them all laugh, breaking the tension. They helped Neville with his trunk, then found an empty compartment toward the middle of the train. Sirius and Daniel loaded the heavy luggage while Augusta gave Neville last-minute instructions about not losing his toad, Trevor. You've remembered everything? Marlene asked, straightening Harry's collar needlessly. Wand? Robes for the arrival feast? Emergency communication mirror? All packed, Harry assured her. And yes, I'll call tonight after the sorting to let you know which house. The warning whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. Suddenly, the moment they'd all been anticipating for years was upon them, and no one seemed quite ready. Emma pulled Hermione into a fierce hug. You'll write every week? Twice a week, Hermione promised, her voice muffled against her mother's shoulder. And I'll call on the mirror Sirius gave me. Daniel joined the hug, his eyes suspiciously bright. Show them how brilliant you are, sweetheart. But remember to have fun too. Meanwhile, Sirius pulled Harry aside for a more private goodbye. You've got the map? He asked in a low voice. Harry patted his pocket where the enchanted parchment was safely stowed. Though technically against rules, Sirius had insisted Harry take the magical Marauders map they'd recreated from memory over the years. And you remember the password? Sirius continued. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Harry confirmed with a grin. And Mischief managed to clear it. That's my boy, Sirius said proudly. Use it wisely. Explore. Make friends. Have adventures. His voice grew more serious. But be careful too. If anything feels wrong, call on the mirror immediately. Harry finished. I know, Sirius. We've been over this 100 times. And we'll go over it 100 more. Sirius replied, echoing what Marlene had often said during their safety drills. That's what family does. The final whistle blew. Harry hugged Sirius fiercely, then Marlene, absorbing their love and support for the journey ahead. Hermione did the same with her parents before they all boarded the train, leaning out the windows to wave goodbye as the Hogwarts Express began to move. Remember who you are, Sirius called after them. And who has your back? Always. Harry and Hermione called back in unison, waving until the platform disappeared from view. They settled into their compartment with Neville, who was already looking more relaxed away from his grandmother's watchful eye. I can't believe we're finally going, he said, a mixture of excitement and nervousness in his voice. After all these years of training and talking about it. It feels surreal. Hermione agreed, pulling out a book but not opening it yet. Like a dream I'm afraid I'll wake up from. A good dream, though, Harry added, watching the London suburbs flash past the window. The beginning of something big. The journey northward was filled with a steady stream of visitors to their compartment. Ron Weasley joined them early, bringing stories of the attack in Diagon Alley that his brothers had witnessed. Fred and George popped in periodically, each time leaving behind some small prank item that Harry carefully stowed away for future use. Even Percy made a brief appearance, proudly displaying his prefect badge and offering pompous advice about Hogwarts etiquette. Other first-years dropped by too, curious about the famous Harry Potter and his friends. Susan Bones introduced herself, mentioning that her Aunt Amelia spoke highly of Sirius from their Auror days. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan came looking for Trevor, who had already escaped once, and stayed to discuss Quidditch and football, finding surprising common ground between the wizard and muggle sports. Less pleasant was a mid-journey visit from Draco Malfoy, flanked by two large boys he introduced as Crabbe and Goyle. So it's true, he said, standing in the doorway of their compartment. Harry Potter is on the train. This is Crabbe and Goyle, he added carelessly, nodding to his companions. And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough that might have been hiding a snigger. Draco looked at him sharply. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, and a hand-me-down robe? You must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks, he said coolly, recalling Sirius's many warnings about the Malfoy family. Draco's pale cheeks flushed pink. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit more polite, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them, either. Hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys, that Longbottom failure, and this Muggleborn, and it'll rub off on you. Everyone stood up at once. Neville's face had gone red, but his stance was ready, years of training with Harry and Hermione evident in his posture. Ron was clenching his fists, and Hermione had subtly drawn her wand, though she kept it low. Say that again, Harry challenged, stepping forward. One more word about my friends or my parents. Oh, you're going to fight us, are you? Malfoy sneered, though he took a small step backward. Unless you leave now, Harry said quietly. His hand wasn't on his wand. Sirius had taught him that drawing too early could escalate a situation unnecessarily, but his posture communicated clear readiness. Something in Harry's calm confidence seemed to unnerve Malfoy, who clearly hadn't expected such composed resistance. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped back. We'll see who's making the right choices when we get to Hogwarts, Potter. Some lessons come the hard way. With that parting shot, he and his cronies departed. That was brilliant, Harry! Ron exclaimed once they'd gone. The look on his face. He'll be trouble, Hermione observed more soberly. His father clearly has influence at the Ministry. We'll handle him, Harry said with more confidence than he entirely felt. Together. As darkness fell outside the windows, they changed into their school robes and gathered their belongings. The excitement in the train was palpable as it began to slow, finally coming to a stop at Hogsmeade Station. Leaving their luggage to be transported separately, they joined the crowd of students disembarking into the cool night air. "Fur's years! Fur's years over here!" called a booming voice. A giant of a man with a wild beard and kind eyes was holding a lantern, gathering the smallest students. "Come on, follow me, any more Fur's years! Mind your step now!" "That's Hagrid," Harry told the others. "Sirius has mentioned him, he's the gamekeeper. Apparently, he brought me to Sirius the night my parents died." They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path that opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. There, perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was Hogwarts Castle. "No more N4 to a boat!" Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville climbed into one together, gazing up at the magnificent castle ahead. "It's even more beautiful than the pictures," Hermione whispered, awestruck. The little boats glided across the smooth, glass-like water, carrying them closer to their new home. They sailed through a curtain of ivy concealing an opening in the cliff face and along a dark tunnel that seemed to take them right underneath the castle, until they reached a small, lamplit harbor where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. After a brief trek up a passageway and flight of stone steps, they arrived at a huge oak door. Hagrid raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald-green robes with a very stern face. "Professor McGonagall," Hermione whispered to the others. "Transfiguration teacher and deputy headmistress. Also head of Gryffindor House." McGonagall led them into a small antechamber off the entrance hall, where she explained the sorting ceremony and house system. Though Harry and Hermione knew all this from their years of preparation, they listened politely, noticing how many of their classmates looked nervous or confused. "Do you know how they sort us?" one girl whispered anxiously to her neighbor. "Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking," Ron replied, looking slightly green. Harry caught Hermione's eye and they shared a small smile. Thanks to Sirius and Remus's stories, they knew exactly what awaited them, the famous sorting hat that would read their qualities and place them in the appropriate house. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, McGonagall returned and led them into the great hall. The enormous room was lit by thousands of floating candles, with 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat watching them. At the top of the hall was the high table where the teachers sat. Harry looked up to see a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione murmured. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years and, on top of it, a patched, frayed, and extremely dirty pointed wizard's hat. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opening wide like a mouth, and it began to sing. The song explained the qualities valued by each house: courage for Gryffindor, loyalty for Hufflepuff, intelligence for Ravenclaw, and ambition for Slytherin. When it finished, the hall burst into applause, and McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott Hannah!" A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. After a moment's pause, "Hufflepuff!" shouted the hat. The sorting continued alphabetically. Bones Susan joined Hannah in Hufflepuff, while Bood Terry became the first Ravenclaw. As the ceremony progressed, Harry found himself growing increasingly nervous. What if the hat couldn't decide where to put him? What if he and Hermione were separated? Granger, Hermione! Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. There was a longer pause than for most previous students before the hat finally shouted, "Ravenclaw!" Harry clapped loudly as Hermione made her way to the Ravenclaw table, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd hoped they'd be sorted together, and with his parents both having been in Gryffindor, he'd assumed that's where they'd end up. Neville was called next, and to many people's surprise, including his own, the hat declared him a Gryffindor after nearly a full minute of deliberation. He looked stunned but pleased as he joined the cheering red and gold table. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head, joining Crabbe and Goyle who had preceded him there. As the list continued with Moon, not Parkinson, and the Patil twins, Harry's anxiety grew. Finally, "Potter, Harry!" As Harry stepped forward, whispers broke out across the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Every eye was on him as he picked up the hat and placed it on his head. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking of Hermione in Ravenclaw and Neville in Gryffindor. "I want to be with my friends," he thought desperately. "Your friends? Ah, but they're already split between houses," the hat replied. "And you could do well in several places. Gryffindor like your parents, perhaps? You certainly have the bravery. Or Slytherin, you have ambition and resourcefulness that could flourish there." Not Slytherin. Harry thought quickly, remembering Malfoy's smug face. "Not Slytherin, eh?" said the small voice. "Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that." Harry hesitated, recalling Sirius's words about houses not defining the wizard. But the thought of being in the same house as Malfoy. "No? Well, if you're sure. But where? Gryffindor for your heritage? Or Ravenclaw with Miss Granger? You certainly have the intelligence and curiosity." Harry thought of how Hermione would thrive among fellow scholars, how she'd always been the most academically oriented of their trio. And he thought of Neville, who had worked so hard to build his confidence, and would benefit from the supportive Gryffindor environment. "My friends will be my friends regardless of house," he thought firmly. "Put me where I'll grow the most." "Well said!" The hat seemed delighted. "In that case, better be Ravenclaw." The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed it, and walked shakily toward the Ravenclaw table, where Hermione was beaming and making room beside her. The applause was mixed with surprised murmurs. Clearly, many had expected the boy who lived to follow his parents into Gryffindor. "I knew you'd join me," Hermione whispered excitedly as he sat beside her. "The hat considered Gryffindor for me too, but said my insatiable thirst for knowledge made Ravenclaw the better fit. It almost put me in Slytherin," Harry admitted quietly. "But I asked it to consider where I'd grow most." Hermione looked impressed. "That's exactly what Ravenclaw is about. Personal growth through knowledge and understanding. You made a mature choice, Harry." The sorting continued, with Ron predictably joining his brothers in Gryffindor, though he shot Harry a slightly confused look, as if surprised they wouldn't be housemates. Finally, Zabini Blaze became a Slytherin, and the ceremony concluded. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with his arms opened wide. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down to applause and cheers. Harry leaned toward an older Ravenclaw prefect. "Is he a bit mad?" he asked cautiously. "Mad? He's brilliant," the prefect replied enthusiastically. Best wizard in the world! But yes, a bit mad. Potatoes, Harry? Harry's attention was drawn to the table, now laden with food that had appeared while he was distracted. Having missed lunch on the train due to excitement, he loaded his plate eagerly, while Hermione engaged their new housemates in conversation. I'm Penelope Clearwater, fifth-year prefect. The girl across from them introduced herself. And this is Robert Hilliard, sixth-year prefect. We're responsible for helping first-years find their way around. Is it true you were raised by Sirius Black? Asked a curious Indian girl who had introduced herself as Padma Patil. The famous Aur? Yes, Harry confirmed, used to such questions. Him and Marlene McKinnon. They're my guardians. That explains your Ravenclaw sorting. Robert nodded thoughtfully. McKinnon was Ravenclaw in her day, brilliant at healing magic and defensive charms. Your parents were Gryffindors though, weren't they? Yes, Harry said, feeling a momentary pang of doubt. Would his parents have been disappointed he wasn't in their house? Houses often run in families, Penelope explained, noticing his expression. But not always. What matters is where you'll thrive. That's exactly what I decided. Harry brightened. When the hat gave me a choice. It offered you choices? Terry Boot, another first year, looked impressed. It just told me I was Ravenclaw, no discussion. Harry's always been special, Hermione said with fond exasperation. Even his sorting had to be complicated. As the feast progressed, Harry found himself warming to his new housemates. The Ravenclaws were curious and thoughtful, asking intelligent questions rather than just staring at his scar. They seemed genuinely interested in him as a person, not just as the boy who lived. While eating, Harry glanced up at the high table where the teachers sat. Hagrid was drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. A teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin was conversing with a nervous-looking young man in a purple turban. Who's that talking to the professor in the turban? Harry asked Penelope. The one with the turban is Professor Quirrell, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. The other is Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. He's strict, she finished diplomatically. Harry studied Snape with interest. Sirius had warned him about the potions professor's history with his parents, how Snape and his father had been enemies, how Snape had once been Lily's friend before joining the Death Eaters, and how he'd allegedly switched sides before the end of the war. According to Sirius, Snape had a legendary grudge against James Potter that might transfer to his son. As if sensing Harry's gaze, Snape looked directly at him. A sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead, making him clap a hand to his head. Are you all right? Hermione asked immediately, noticing his discomfort. Fine, Harry muttered, the pain vanishing as quickly as it had come. Just a headache. When the feast finally ended, Penelope led the first-year Ravenclaws through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs felt like lead as exhaustion from the eventful day caught up with him, but he forced himself to memorize their route, recalling Sirius's advice about learning the castle's layout early. Unlike the other houses, which used passwords or secret knocks, the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower featured a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. As they approached, it came alive and spoke. What has roots that nobody sees, is taller than trees, up it goes, and yet never grows. The first years looked at each other in confusion, but Penelope smiled. That's how we enter, by answering a riddle. Any ideas? Harry had heard this one before in a book of Muggle riddles. A mountain, he answered confidently. Well reasoned, the knocker replied, and the door swung open. The Ravenclaw common room was a wide, circular room with gracefully arched windows set into the walls, offering spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. The ceiling was domed and painted with stars, while the floor was covered with midnight blue carpet. Tables, chairs, and bookcases were arranged throughout, and a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood beside a door leading to the dormitories. Welcome to Ravenclaw Tower, Robert announced proudly. The smartest house at Hogwarts, if you'll pardon our pride. Boys' dormitories through that door on the right, girls on the left. You'll find your belongings have already been brought up. Too tired for further exploration, Harry followed the other first-year boys to their dormitory, finding 5 four-poster beds hung with blue and bronze curtains. His trunk sat at the foot of one, with Hedwig's cage atop it, the owl already dozing with her head under her wing. As the others prepared for bed, Harry remembered his promise to contact Sirius and Marlene. Taking out the enchanted mirror from his trunk, he whispered, "Sirius Black." After a moment, Sirius's face appeared in the glass, looking both eager and relieved. "Harry! How was the journey? The feast? The sorting?" "All brilliant," Harry replied, keeping his voice low to avoid disturbing his roommates. "But I've got a surprise for you. Let me guess, you're not in Gryffindor?" Sirius's expression was knowing. "Ravenclaw," Harry confirmed. "The hat gave me choices, even suggested Slytherin, but I decided Ravenclaw was where I'd grow the most." "Smart choice," Sirius approved. "Marlene will be thrilled, upholding her house legacy. Is Hermione with you?" "Yes, we're both Ravenclaw. Neville's in Gryffindor, though." "That fits," Sirius nodded. "Augusta will be pleased. The Longbottom family has been Gryffindor for generations." They chatted for a few minutes about the feast and Harry's initial impressions of the castle and professors, until Marlene appeared beside Sirius, clearly having been hovering nearby waiting for news. "Ravenclaw?" she asked, beaming when Harry nodded. "Excellent! The tower has the best views in the castle, and Professor Flitwick is a wonderful head of house." "Speaking of professors," Harry said, lowering his voice further, "something strange happened with Professor Snape. When he looked at me, my scar hurt." Sirius and Marlene exchanged concerned glances. "Just once?" Sirius asked carefully. "Yes, and only for a moment. It never happened before." "Keep an eye on it," Marlene advised. "If it happens again, let us know immediately. And perhaps mention it to Dumbledore if it continues." "Is it normal?" Harry asked. "No," Sirius admitted. "That scar came from dark magic. It shouldn't be hurting now. But it might just be a coincidence, stress, fatigue, the excitement of the day." They spoke for a few more minutes before saying goodnight, with promises to call again in a few days once Harry had settled into classes. As he put away the mirror, Harry noticed Terry Boot watching curiously from his bed. "Was that a two-way mirror?" Terry asked. "Those are really rare. My godfather made it," Harry explained. "He's a bit overprotective." "Brilliant!" Terry exclaimed. "My parents just gave me a stack of parchment and told me to write weekly." Exhausted but content, Harry finally crawled into bed, drawing the blue curtains around him. As he drifted off to sleep, his mind swirled with images of the day, the scarlet train, the boat journey across the Black Lake, the majestic castle, and his new home in Ravenclaw Tower. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he felt ready to face them, with Hermione beside him, Neville nearby, and the years of preparation Sirius and Marlene had provided. He was, at long last, where he belonged. The first week at Hogwarts was a whirlwind of new experiences. Harry and Hermione quickly adapted to Ravenclaw's academic environment, where thoughtful discussion and intellectual curiosity were prized. Their dorm mates, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Anthony Goldstein, and for Hermione, Padma Patil, Lisa Turpin, Mandy Brocklehurst, and Sully, proved to be friendly and studious companions. Though sorted into different houses, Harry, Hermione, and Neville maintained their close friendship, meeting for meals and study sessions whenever possible. Ron Weasley joined their group as well, initially drawn to Harry's fame but quickly appreciating his down-to-earth nature. The four formed an unlikely inter-house alliance that raised eyebrows among older students used to more rigid house divisions. Their first classes revealed how their unconventional education had prepared them. In charms, Professor Flitwick, their diminutive but brilliant head of house, squeaked in excitement when both Harry and Hermione performed perfect levitation charms on their first attempt. "Extraordinary!" he exclaimed, nearly falling off his stack of books. Most first years take weeks to master that control. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved similarly revealing. While most students struggled to transform matches into needles, Harry completed the task within minutes, earning a rare smile from the stern professor. "Your father's talent," she commented quietly as she examined his perfectly pointed silver needle. "Though with more precision than he typically showed at your age." In herbology, Neville surprised everyone by demonstrating advanced knowledge of magical plants, earning Gryffindor 10 points when he correctly identified a rare specimen Professor Sprout had brought for demonstration purposes only. "My gran has one in our greenhouse," he explained to an impressed Ron afterward. "But Harry and Hermione helped me learn the magical properties. We studied together for years before Hogwarts." The only truly disappointing class was potions. True to Sirius's warnings, Professor Snape seemed determined to find fault with Harry from the moment he entered the dungeon classroom. He began the session by taking roll call, pausing dramatically at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, speaking barely above a whisper, yet they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence followed this little speech. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks with raised eyebrows. Despite the professor's clear animosity, they were both well prepared for potions, thanks to Marlene's thorough instruction. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death, sir," Harry answered promptly. "A sleeping potion so powerful it simulates death." Snape's lips thinned, clearly surprised by the correct answer. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It will protect against most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." Snape stared at him for a moment, his black eyes glittering. "Correct," he said finally, with obvious reluctance. "It seems someone has prepared you beyond the typical first-year ignorance. Let us see if that extends to practical work." The class proceeded to brew a simple potion to cure boils. Harry partnered with Hermione, and their potion turned out perfectly, the exact shade of pink described in the textbook. Snape swept past without comment, which Harry took as a victory given the scathing criticisms he delivered to most other pairs. "He really doesn't like you," Hermione whispered as they carefully bottled their potion. "But he couldn't find fault with your answers. Sirius warned me," Harry replied quietly. "Old grudge against my father. Nothing I can do except be prepared and do good work." Despite Snape's hostility, their first week was largely successful. By Friday evening, as they gathered in the library to compare notes and complete homework, all four friends were feeling more settled into Hogwarts life. "I still can't believe how much you two already know," Ron said, shaking his head as Hermione corrected his charms essay. "It's like you've already done first year." "We had good teachers," Harry shrugged. "Sirius, Marlene, and Remus made sure we were prepared." "My gran tried," Neville added. "But she's more focused on traditional pure-blood education, family histories, proper manners, that sort of thing. The practical lessons with you two were what really helped." "Speaking of practical knowledge," Hermione said, lowering her voice, "have you noticed Professor Quirrell?" The others looked at her curiously. "What about him?" Ron asked. "Other than the fact he seems terrified of his own shadow?" "Something's off," she insisted. "In defense class yesterday, when he was demonstrating the smokescreen spell, I noticed his wand movements were unnecessarily elaborate, as if he's deliberately making spells harder to follow. I noticed that too, Harry nodded. And sometimes he stutters so badly you can't understand the incantation, but then the spell works perfectly. It doesn't add up. You think he's faking? Neville asked, surprised. Maybe, Harry frowned. Sirius always says to trust our instincts about people. And something about Quirrell just feels wrong. The turban smells funny too, Ron contributed. Fred and George reckon it's stuffed with garlic to ward off vampires he met in Albania. They laughed at this, but Harry filed away the observation. After years of Sirius and Marlene's training to notice details, he developed a habit of collecting seemingly insignificant information that might later prove important. The following weekend brought their first real opportunity to explore the castle thoroughly. Armed with the Marauder's map and Sirius's advice about secret passages, Harry led his friends on an expedition through Hogwarts' lesser-known corridors and hidden rooms. This is brilliant, Ron breathed as they emerged from a passage behind a tapestry on the 4th floor, having bypassed the congested staircase. How did you know this was here? The map, Harry explained, showing him the enchanted parchment. It shows everyone in the castle and all the secret passages. Your godfather made this? Neville asked, impressed. Him and my dad and 2 friends when they were students here, Harry confirmed. Remus helped us recreate it from memory. Hermione, who had been studying the map intently, suddenly frowned. Harry, look at this. The 3rd floor corridor that Dumbledore warned us about at the feast, the one that's forbidden? There's a room there with something strange. Harry examined where she was pointing. The map showed a corridor with a room labeled simply with a paw print symbol, something they'd never seen before on the map. That's odd, he agreed. The original Marauders used symbols sometimes for places they wanted to mark but keep secretive. This one looks like Padfoot's paw, Sirius's animagus form. You don't think Sirius knows what's there? Ron asked. No, this isn't his handwriting. Harry shook his head. The map creates these marks itself sometimes, based on what the room contains. A paw print could mean an animal of some kind? Only one way to find out, Hermione said with uncharacteristic recklessness. We should investigate. But Dumbledore said anyone who goes there might die a painful death. Neville reminded them nervously. We won't go in, Hermione clarified. Just look from outside. If there's genuine danger, we'll report it to a teacher. With some trepidation, they made their way to the 3rd floor corridor, checking the map frequently to avoid prefects or professors. The forbidden corridor was deserted, with a single door at the far end. Alohomora, Hermione whispered, pointing her wand at the lock. It clicked open easily. That's it, Ron said incredulously. A deadly corridor protected by a lock that first years can open? Which means either it's not really dangerous, Harry reasoned, or there's something else protecting whatever's inside. Hermione finished. Cautiously, they pushed the door open just enough to peek through. What they saw made them all freeze in shock. A monstrous dog filled the entire space from floor to ceiling. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling eyes, 3 noses twitching in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths with yellowish fangs. Harry pulled the door shut quickly before the creature could fully register their presence. They retreated hastily down the corridor, not stopping until they had put several floors between themselves and the 3-headed dog. What in Merlin's name was that doing in a school? Ron gasped, his face pale beneath his freckles. It was standing on a trapdoor, Hermione said thoughtfully. Did you notice? It wasn't just there by accident, it's guarding something. Like what? Neville asked, still trembling slightly. No idea, Harry admitted. But it must be valuable or dangerous to need that kind of protection. They debated whether to tell a teacher about what they'd seen, but ultimately decided to investigate further on their own first. If teachers had placed the dog there, reporting their discovery would only reveal they'd been breaking rules. That evening, in the privacy of his bed curtains, Harry contacted Sirius through the 2-way mirror. After exchanging updates about classes and friends, Harry casually mentioned their discovery. A three-headed dog? Sirius repeated, looking alarmed. In the school? Are you sure? Positive. Harry confirmed. Huge thing, standing on a trapdoor. Hermione thinks it's guarding something. Sirius's expression grew serious. Harry, promise me you'll stay away from that corridor. Three-headed dogs, Cerberus breeds, are extremely dangerous. We didn't go in properly, Harry assured him. Just peek through the door. But what would need that kind of protection inside Hogwarts? Sirius hesitated, clearly debating how much to share. There have been rumors, he finally said. Dumbledore may be safeguarding something for Nicholas Flamel. The alchemist? Harry asked, recalling the name from their magical history lessons. The one who made the Philosopher's Stone. I've said too much already. Sirius backtracked. Just promise me you'll be careful. If someone's placed that kind of protection at Hogwarts, the item being guarded is dangerous, and so might be anyone trying to steal it. I'll be careful, Harry promised. But if there's a threat in the school, let the teachers handle it, Sirius said firmly. Your job is to learn, make friends, and stay safe. I'm going to contact Dumbledore about this, discreetly, so he doesn't know you've been snooping. After ending the call, Harry immediately sought out Hermione in the common room, relaying Sirius's information in hushed tones. The Philosopher's Stone? She whispered, eyes wide. That would explain the extreme protection. It can transform any metal to gold and produces the elixir of life that grants immortality. But who would try to steal it from Hogwarts? Harry wondered. That would be incredibly bold. Someone desperate, Hermione suggested. Or someone powerful enough to think they could succeed. The mystery of what lay beneath the trapdoor occupied their thoughts over the following weeks, though they kept their discovery and suspicions private, sharing only with Neville and Ron. Meanwhile, they settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts life, classes, homework, explorations, and for Harry, growing recognition of his unusual academic abilities. Though he'd always been a good student during their home education, at Hogwarts Harry discovered he had a particular aptitude for defense against the dark arts and transfiguration. Professor McGonagall had him demonstrate techniques for the class several times, remarking that his precision and visualization were exceptional for his age. It's in your blood, she told him after one particularly successful lesson where he transfigured a button into a beetle on his first attempt. Your father had the same gift, though he often used it for less academic purposes, she added with a rare twitch of amusement. In defense, Harry's performance was even more remarkable. Despite Quirrell's odd teaching style and the strange headaches Harry sometimes experienced in his class, he excelled at every practical exercise. His defensive spells were stronger and more precisely controlled than any other first years, the result of years of training with Sirius and Marlene. This talent became publicly apparent one afternoon in late October, when Quirrell organized a small demonstration duel between Harry and Draco Malfoy. The class gathered in a cleared space, watching as the two boys faced each other with wands at the ready. Remember, Quirrell instructed. Only disarming and shield spells. On my count of 3. Malfoy smirked confidently, clearly expecting to overwhelm the smaller boy. Ready to be embarrassed, Potter? He drawled. Harry didn't reply, focused on recalling Sirius's dueling lessons, stance balanced, weight centered, wand grip firm but not rigid. He saw Malfoy's weight shift subtly before Quirrell even finished saying 3, and was prepared when the Slytherin fired off a spell early. Expelliarmus! Malfoy shouted. Harry's shield charm was instant and effortless, forming a silvery barrier that completely absorbed Malfoy's spell. Without pause, he countered with his own disarming charm, delivered with such precision that Malfoy's wand flew from his grasp before he could react. The classroom erupted in amazed whispers. First years weren't supposed to produce shield charms that strong, let alone react so quickly. Even Quirrell looked startled. Very impressive, Mr. P. Potter, he stammered. 10 P points to Ravenclaw for exceptional spell work. Malfoy retrieved his wand, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "My father will hear about this," he muttered as he returned to his seat. After class, students crowded around Harry, peppering him with questions about how he'd learned such advanced magic. He downplayed his abilities, attributing them to Sirius and Marlene's training, but the incident cemented his reputation as exceptionally talented. It also brought him to the attention of Professor Dumbledore. That evening at dinner, Professor Flitwick approached the Ravenclaw table with a message. "The headmaster would like to see you after you've finished eating, Mr. Potter," the tiny professor squeaked. "The password is chocolate frog." Curious and slightly nervous, Harry made his way to Dumbledore's office after dinner. The entrance was guarded by a stone gargoyle that leapt aside when he spoke the password, revealing a moving spiral staircase that carried him upward to a polished oak door with a brass knocker. Before he could knock, a serene voice called, "Enter, Harry." The headmaster's office was a large, circular room filled with fascinating silver instruments that whirred and emitted small puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses, many of whom appeared to be sleeping in their frames. Behind an enormous claw-footed desk sat Albus Dumbledore himself, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Good evening, Harry," he greeted warmly. "Please sit down. Would you care for a sherbet lemon?" "No, thank you, sir," Harry replied, taking the offered seat. "Am I in trouble?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Not at all. I simply wish to see how you are settling into Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick tells me you're doing exceptionally well in your classes, particularly defense against the dark arts and transfiguration. I had good teachers before Hogwarts," Harry explained. "Sirius and Marlene made sure I was prepared." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "They've raised you well, by all accounts. I admit I had my doubts when Sirius insisted on taking guardianship all those years ago, but my concerns proved unfounded." Harry bristled slightly at the implication that Sirius might have been an inadequate guardian. "He's been brilliant," he said firmly. "Both of them have. They gave me a real home. Precisely what your parents would have wanted." Dumbledore agreed, seemingly pleased by Harry's loyalty. "And I understand Miss Granger has been raised alongside you? An unusual arrangement, but clearly beneficial for both of you." "Hermione's parents are amazing too," Harry said. "They've helped us understand both worlds, magical and muggle. A valuable perspective." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Now, I understand from Professor Quirrell that you demonstrated quite remarkable defensive magic today." Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about his training. "We practiced a lot at home. Sirius thought it was important to know how to defend myself, given everything. A prudent decision, given past events," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I hope you understand why such abilities might draw attention here at Hogwarts. Not all your classmates have had similar preparation." "I'm not showing off," Harry said quickly. "Malfoy challenged me, and I just reacted." "Of course," Dumbledore smiled. "I'm not suggesting otherwise. I merely wish to caution you that exceptional talents often inspire both admiration and envy. Choose carefully how and when you display yours." They spoke for a while longer about Harry's classes, his Ravenclaw sorting. "A house that will nurture your considerable intellect," Dumbledore approved, and his adjustment to Hogwarts life. Throughout the conversation, Harry had the distinct impression that Dumbledore was evaluating him, measuring him against some unknown standard. As their meeting concluded, Harry decided to probe gently about the mystery in the forbidden corridor. "Sir, may I ask a question?" "You may ask," Dumbledore replied with a small smile. "Though I may choose not to answer." "Why is there a three-headed dog in the school?" Harry asked directly, watching Dumbledore's reaction carefully. The headmaster's eyebrows rose slightly, but he didn't seem particularly surprised by the question. "I see you've been exploring beyond the permitted areas of the castle. Curiosity is a valuable trait, Harry, but in this instance, I must advise caution. The third-floor corridor is forbidden for good reason. But sir, if something dangerous is being kept in a school full of children, the protections in place are quite adequate." Dumbledore interrupted gently. "And the item being guarded is secure. I appreciate your concern, but this is a matter for the staff to handle." Recognizing the dismissal in Dumbledore's tone, Harry didn't press further. As he stood to leave, the headmaster added, "Oh, and Harry? I received an interesting communication from your godfather recently. He expressed some concerns about castle security. Please assure him that everything is well in hand." Harry nodded, understanding the implicit message. Sirius had indeed contacted Dumbledore about the three-headed dog, and the headmaster suspected Harry's involvement in prompting that concern. "I will, sir. Good night." As Halloween approached, the mystery of what lay beneath the trapdoor remained unsolved, though Harry and his friends had formed theories ranging from a powerful magical artifact to a dangerous creature being contained. Their research in the library had confirmed Nicholas Flamel's connection to the Philosopher's Stone, making it the most likely candidate for what was being protected. But who would try to steal it? Neville wondered during one of their study sessions. And why hide it at Hogwarts instead of Gringotts? Maybe it was at Gringotts, Hermione suggested. Remember that break in the Daily Prophet reported in September? Nothing was stolen because the vault had been empty that same day. You think Dumbledore moved it to Hogwarts? Ron asked. That's mental. A school's no place for something like that. Unless it's safer here, Harry reasoned. Under his direct protection. The question is, who knows it's here and wants it badly enough to try stealing it? Their speculation was interrupted by the arrival of Halloween itself, a day Harry had always approached with mixed emotions. While Hogwarts celebrated with lavish decorations and a promised feast, for Harry it marked the anniversary of his parents' deaths. Sirius and Marlene had always honored the day with quiet remembrance alongside small celebrations, acknowledging both the tragedy and the importance of finding joy despite it. That morning, Harry woke early and made his way to a quiet spot by the lake, watching the sunrise paint the castle in golden light. He was unsurprised when Hermione joined him shortly after, wrapping her Ravenclaw scarf more tightly against the autumn chill. "I thought you might be out here," she said softly, sitting beside him on a large rock. "Difficult day." Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. 10 years today. Sometimes it feels like ancient history, and sometimes. He trailed off, unable to articulate how the loss could still feel so immediate despite having no conscious memories of his parents. "I brought something," Hermione said, reaching into her pocket. She handed him a small, flat package wrapped in blue paper. "Marlene helped me with it over the summer." Inside was a silver frame containing a wizarding photograph Harry had never seen before. James and Lily Potter danced in autumn leaves, laughing as golden foliage swirled around them. Baby Harry was visible in Lily's arms, reaching out to catch a falling leaf. "Where did you find this?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. "Marlene found it in a box of your mother's things," Hermione explained. "It was taken just a few weeks before, that night. We thought you should have it today." Harry stared at the image, memorizing every detail of his parents' faces, his father's mischievous grin so like his own, his mother's bright eyes that everyone said he'd inherited. "Thank you," he whispered. "It's perfect." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the giant squid lazily wave its tentacles in the morning light. Eventually, they were joined by Neville and Ron, who seemed to understand instinctively that quiet presence rather than conversation was needed. The day proceeded with classes as usual, though Harry received supportive glances from several professors who clearly remembered the significance of the date. Professor McGonagall awarded him points for a perfect transfiguration with a gentle pat on his shoulder. Professor Flitwick squeaked less excitedly than usual when Harry mastered a new charm. Even Hagrid, whom they'd befriended during weekend visits to his hut, sent him a small package of rock cakes with a note saying simply, "Your parents would be right proud." The Halloween feast that evening was spectacular, floating pumpkins, live bats fluttering among the enchanted ceiling stars, and tables groaning with seasonal treats. Harry was making an effort to enjoy the celebration when Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll!" he gasped, staggering toward Dumbledore's chair. In the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He then collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand to restore order. He instructed prefects to lead their houses back to dormitories while teachers investigated the dungeons. As Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students separated in the entrance hall, Harry suddenly grabbed Hermione's arm. Wait! Where's Neville? They looked around frantically but couldn't spot their friend among the Gryffindors filing upstairs. I haven't seen him since herbology, Ron said, looking worried. He said he was going to the library to check something about that venomous tentacula we repotted. The library? Hermione gasped. He wouldn't know about the troll. Without hesitation, Harry pulled her aside from the Ravenclaw line, with Ron joining them. We have to find him, Harry insisted. Now. Are you mental? Ron hissed. There's a troll loose. All the more reason to make sure Neville's safe, Harry countered. We'll just check the library and the route back to Gryffindor Tower. If the troll's in the dungeons, we should be fine. Moving cautiously through the emptying corridors, they headed toward the library. Halfway there, they heard quick footsteps behind them and ducked behind a large stone griffin. Peering around it, they saw not Neville but Professor Snape, moving rapidly toward the third-floor corridor. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Shouldn't he be with the other teachers in the dungeons? No idea, Ron replied. But he's heading toward the forbidden corridor. They waited until Snape disappeared, then continued toward the library. They had just turned the corner when they detected a foul stench, like old socks and unwashed toilets. Then they heard it, a low grunting and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage, a 12-foot mountain troll was lumbering toward them, dragging a massive wooden club. I thought Quirrell said it was in the dungeons, Ron whispered in horror. It must have moved, Hermione replied, her face pale. We need to hide, now. Before they could retreat, they heard a familiar voice from a classroom nearby, Neville's voice, calling for help. Without thinking, Harry sprinted forward, Ron and Hermione at his heels. They burst into the classroom to find Neville trapped in a corner, the troll advancing on him with its club raised. Distract it! Harry shouted, grabbing a broken desk leg and hurling it at the troll's head. The creature turned, confused by the multiple targets. Ron threw a metal candelabra, which hit the troll's shoulder with a loud clang. Enraged, the troll swung its club wildly, smashing desks and chairs. Harry's mind raced, recalling Sirius's lessons on facing larger opponents. We need to work together, he called to the others. Hermione, on my signal, use Wingardium Leviosa on its club. Ron, Neville, be ready to run. Hermione nodded, her wand already in position. Harry drew the troll's attention with another projectile, then shouted, Now! Wingardium Leviosa! Hermione cried, executing the charm perfectly. The club flew from the troll's grasp, rose high into the air, then dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then fell face first to the floor with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Is it dead? Neville asked shakily, emerging from his corner. Just knocked out, I think, Harry replied, checking the creature's labored breathing. Good work, Hermione. That was brilliant! Ron exclaimed, looking at Hermione with newfound respect. Their celebration was short-lived. The classroom door burst open again as Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived, clearly drawn by the commotion. Quirrell took one look at the troll and let out a faint whimper. Snape bent to examine the creature, while McGonagall fixed the four students with a furious glare. What on earth were you thinking? She demanded, cold fury in her voice. You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitories? Before any of them could respond, Neville stepped forward, his voice shaking but determined. It was my fault, Professor. I was in the library and didn't know about the troll. I got lost trying to find Gryffindor Tower, and the troll cornered me. They came looking for me. If they hadn't found me, I'd probably be dead now. Harry stared at Neville in surprise. This was a far cry from the timid boy they'd first met years ago. Sirius and Marlene's training had clearly paid off in more ways than just magical skill. Neville had developed real courage. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. That was very foolish, Mr. Longbottom, to be wandering alone. As for the rest of you. She turned to Harry, Hermione, and Ron. While your intentions were noble, your execution was dangerous. However, not many first-years could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points, to each of you. For sheer dumb luck and remarkable friendship. They were dismissed to their respective common rooms, with promises of hot chocolate to settle their nerves. As they parted ways, Harry noticed Snape limping slightly, with what appeared to be a bloody tear in his robes near his leg. "Did you see Snape's leg?" he whispered to Hermione once they were alone in the Ravenclaw common room. "He's been injured. And he was heading to the third-floor corridor earlier," Hermione added thoughtfully. "You don't think that he let the troll in as a diversion and tried to get past the three-headed dog?" Harry finished. "It's possible. But why would Snape want the Philosopher's Stone?" "I don't know," Hermione admitted. "But we should keep a closer eye on him." That night, Harry contacted Sirius through the mirror, recounting both the troll incident and their suspicions about Snape. Sirius looked deeply troubled by the news. "You're sure Snape was injured?" he asked sharply. "And he was heading to the Forbidden Corridor during the troll incident?" "Positive," Harry confirmed. "Do you think he's trying to steal whatever's hidden there?" Sirius's expression was grave. "Snape's loyalties have always been complicated. Dumbledore trusts him, but I've never been convinced of his reformation. Keep your distance from him, Harry, but don't confront him. I'll speak with Dumbledore again. There's something else," Harry added. "My scar hurt again during defense class today." When Quirrell turned his back to write on the board. This seemed to surprise Sirius even more than the news about Snape. "During Quirrell's class? Not when Snape was looking at you." "Both, actually," Harry clarified. "It's happened with Snape too, but recently it's been worse around Quirrell. And there's something off about him, the way he teaches, his stuttering that comes and goes." "Trust your instincts," Sirius advised after a thoughtful pause. "But be careful not to accuse without evidence. Keep me informed of anything unusual, and don't go near that corridor again." As Harry ended the call, he couldn't shake the feeling that things at Hogwarts were not as they seemed. Between the mysterious item hidden beneath the trapdoor, Snape's suspicious behavior, Quirrell's inconsistencies, and his own inexplicably painful scar, something dangerous was brewing. But for now, surrounded by friends and armed with the knowledge and skills Sirius and Marlene had instilled in him, he felt prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After all, if 4 first-years could defeat a mountain troll, what couldn't they handle together? The answer, as they would soon discover, was far more complex and dangerous than any of them could have imagined. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.